up for you. Coming up, the hilarious and super talented Amber Ruffin joins our What I Watch series, sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Popstar Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of The Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boobs? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson. Still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. It's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin, and, being his gentle self, and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question. But what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high. But it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school. That it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business. I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to
Look, I need you to beat them up,
Yeah.
Gigi. It just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, I told you he wouldn't care. This is literally the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt, it was too soon. It's too soon. It's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it. Never will. Great show. I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments. But it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield. I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million. I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. So interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever farm with his mom, and about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue, they need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog, would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and like, I just lost my mind. And I called my husband and I'm like, I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Like, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need it, you know, hypoallergenic or whatever, like, you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, I mean, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, you know, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's gonna work in your family. I mean, you can find such great animals and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training, and she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? Like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. I mean, she'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people keep like, they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her, but like the next day she might be like, I don't really like, I'm not like feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, you know, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now like when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off, and sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She like, I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so yeah, she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair, but she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into.
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character, and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. It was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that. People like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode, you know, I mean, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson, we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch, I had such a great time with. And, you know, all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my gosh, Raquel Welch, you know, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week. And it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch and, you know, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, you know, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, you know, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, you know? And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, you know, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they were in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, you know, I mean, not just me, the whole show, you know, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. You know, they might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything, you know?
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I like the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, oh God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things. I love doing that show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, you know, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. You know, we have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode, actually the one that tickles me the most because it was so different. There was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I love the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we, hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Pop Star today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
It's so nice to have you with us for Today Goes Back to School. The countdown to the new school year is officially on, and we have pulled together a team of experts focusing on everything you need for a successful school year, from how to save on must-have items to academics and much more. But first, in anticipation of the most wonderful time of the year, our Today Show family shared their favorite back-to-school traditions. Take a look.
The one word I would use to describe back to school is exciting. New beginnings, a fresh start.
Relief, sweet relief.
I love a new possibility. I love new beginnings. I was a teacher too, and whenever September rolls around, I get that feeling in my stomach of the fresh season.
I was the kid at the end of the school year who actually cried. So whatever the opposite of that feeling was of crying, that's how I felt every year when the school year began.
Growing up, my favorite tradition was going back to school shopping.
School shopping is always fun. All those new notepads and pencils and scissors, and can we please buy glue stick? Please, just this once.
To this day, true story, I walk into CVS and I look at the binder section and the notebook section in the fall, and I think, I've got to get some notebooks and some binders.
My sister and I would get matching outfits, and we would set everything out that we were going to wear for the first day of school. I mean, from head to toe. We like to celebrate the beginning of the school year by having a family dinner, talk about what we're excited about and what we're nervous the night before school starts.
The night before school, maybe a family dinner. The girls pick out whatever they want. Inevitably, it's pizza, so everybody wins. Back to school is something to be excited about, and certainly they're excited.
I like to get them a special backpack because they like to put their snacks in there and then more snacks and more snacks. And they get to decorate it and get to do whatever they want.
We love making the first day of whatever grade they're starting. We love making that sign, taking that picture.
They've got the fresh haircut, new clothes, the sneakers are clean, the backpack is clean, because then you fast forward to the end of the year and it looks totally different.
We would go and we'd get the notebooks and the pencils and the trapper keepers and everything, and they were all excited because school hadn't started yet. And within 6 months, that was all out the door.
I try to give energy to my kids to be excited the night before school starts, to say, you know what, this is going to be an awesome year.
I love bringing back those memories. Okay, so we have brought together a panel of experts to answer the most searched questions for back to school. I'm joined by NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar, Katie Hurley, a child and adolescent psychotherapist, and Kurt Russell, the country's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Welcome, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Dylan.
Okay, so some of the top questions, obviously, Dr. Natalie, we'll start with you, involve COVID. So what's the latest guidelines? What can parents expect when they send their kids back to school?
You know, Dylan, I think the number one thing that parents should kind of be aware of going into the school year is, what are your school's policies, and what is their mechanism for communicating to you? I think we all can remember getting emails from the superintendent, and this is our policy, and we're following CDC guidance, but maybe we're modifying it a little bit. So I think going into the school year, it's important, especially as a working parent, for childcare and things like that, to know what your school's policy is regarding, isolation and quarantine. Every child now, 6 months and older, is eligible for vaccination. So, most schools obviously are not mandating that, but if your child is above the age of 6 months, they can certainly be vaccinated. And I think then the big question is about boosters. Pretty easy to remember if you think of the number 5. Everyone over the age of 5 is eligible for their first booster if you had the original, 2 series mRNA about 5 months after you completed that. In terms of a second booster, if you're over the age of 12 and with an immunocompromising condition, or you're over the age of 50, you are technically eligible for a second booster. A lot of parents are wondering right now about whether or not they're going to get the new bivalent vaccine, right? That's going to have the original Omicron strain, or the original strain, I should say, plus Omicron.
Okay.
At this point, we have no information that children are going to be eligible for that updated vaccine. So kids, if you haven't been vaccinated at all, you're still going with the original series and you're boosting with the original.
Okay, but every school is different, so make sure you need to know what your school's
policies are. Yeah,
okay.
So you're not, caught off guard.
Okay. Katie, there's a lot of anxiety going back to school. Some kids haven't been in a classroom setting all that long. I'm sending my son to first grade for the first time in a whole new school. So there is a lot of anxiety for parents and for kids. So how can we ease it for everybody in the family?
Well, I think the first thing, Dylan, is really just talking about it and being really open about it, because a lot of kids, from the little ones up through the college students, are just experiencing a wide variety of anxiety and stressors. So just really saying, it's okay if you feel a little bit worried. I feel a little bit worried too. What can we do about that? So one thing I talk about with little kids is creating worry boxes where they can just kind of decorate a little box and then stick their worries in day by day, one by one. It's just a way of getting it out and really talking about it with a grown-up or someone else in the family. With older kids, I like to talk about doing zones of control. So, worries, I always say anxiety lives in the past, the woulda, coulda, shoulda, or in the future, the what ifs. Okay. So if we can all remain sort of present in what we're doing today, and we can say, what's within my zone of control today? Today I can pack my backpack, I can get my new school supplies, I can cuddle with a grown-up, I can read a book with a grown-up, just things like that. Just sometimes just these everyday sort of strategies really help kids feel calm. And always when parents or grown-ups in the home are showing a sense of calm, that helps kids see that, okay, it's okay to feel worried, but I can do this.
And it's okay for parents to express their worry to their kids also, within reason, I'm assuming?
Within reason, yes. I mean, we don't want to put all of our, global worries onto our kids, right? But it's okay to normalize it and say, yeah, I feel worried sometimes too. And you know what I do? I like to take a walk, or I like to just sit and pet the dog while I look at a magazine, or whatever you like to do. The more open we are about it, the more kids learn that, okay, it's okay to have all these different emotions, and I can figure out a way to get through that, whether it's coloring or, listening to music or getting outside.
Okay. And Kurt, let's bring you in here because you are the 2022 Teacher of the Year. So parents have that back to school night. They get the first chance to talk to their kids' teachers. What should they be asking? What should they learn from that meeting?
Dylan, that's a great question. And similar to parents, teachers are nervous as well, right? And so I had to talk to myself. So parents should just be a cheerleader for their children. You can do this. Let me encourage you. What you are going to expect within the classroom is this and that. And so I think we have to be honest with our children as they go through school and making sure that they are comfortable enough, making sure that they know their classes, right? Make sure that they know the bus stops. So take that anxiety off of them, as Katie mentioned earlier. It makes things more smoother, makes things more accurate for our children as they go through school.
Okay. Real quick, I just want to get to each one of you a tip that you have. Kurt, let's start with you.
Be a cheerleader.
Okay.
That's the most important thing, being an encourager for parents, for their children.
Okay. Katie?
Be a good listener. I always say follow the 80-20 rule. Listen 80%, talk 20.
Oh, that's good. And Dr. Natalie?
I wish I could say it's just COVID that we have to worry about, but parents out there, one of the biggest unintended consequences of the pandemic was missing childhood vaccinations. We already are seeing a lot of flu in the southern hemisphere this year, so flu is going to be a big deal for your kids this year. Polio vaccine, right? That's in the news. Make sure your kids are up to date on all of their childhood vaccinations.
So get back to the doctor.
Get back to
I know we all kind of skipped that for a little while there. Dr. Natalie, Katie, Kurt, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for that great advice. All right, coming up, let's get organized. Real Simple's editor-in-chief is here with great tips on how to get your family and your home organized for the new school year.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were we're still in Kiev. Could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today All Day's Back to School Boot Camp. And as summer days wind down, busy back to school schedules are starting to kick into high gear. And Real Simple editor-in-chief Lauren Iannotti has a few hacks to help parents and students set themselves up for success this fall. Hi, Lauren. I think we really need your tips today.
I know. That's why I'm here. Listen, I'm living it too. This is my life, and that's why I've got all these tips that are going to help you get in a good position to start that school year.
And I love it. And just reading through these, I think organization is the general theme here, and it's key. And you say first things first, have a command center in your house. What's that?
Right. So rather than just kind of thinking of like a little corner of your kitchen counter as being the place where stuff happens, you need to designate a space. It should be centrally located. Everybody knows where it is. Everybody can access it, so they don't always have to be like, Dad, when is my mom? When is my big calendar, paper calendar I recommend, so you can flip ahead to months ahead and get all the important scheduling stuff on there. And then have an inbox where all the most urgent papers come in, and then you can sort them. But you want them to start there so you know that they're important. And then maybe have like some hanging file folders. I love that because it doesn't take up a ton of space. You can put it right on the wall.
Right.
And I just want to emphasize here, like, it might not be perfectly beautiful. If you can make it beautiful, make it beautiful. But it needs to be functional, and what it's going to do is just make sure everybody knows all the information they need to start their day.
So whatever works for your family, just make sure you have it.
Precisely.
Okay, so I'm usually working during the whole get dressed for school thing, but this is a great hack to kind of have the week planned out for kids.
This is a great hack that we did in Real Simple, where you take a shoe holder and a clean one, a new one maybe, and you label it by day of the week, and you put an outfit in each one, and you just look at the weather ahead of the week and you'll know, and then just get it in there, and they know seamlessly. They just kind of grab it and they can put it on. It helps them take some ownership over themselves. They learn how to like sort of dress themselves. And you know, you can do it right from the laundry when you're folding clothes. Just put them right in there, so you save yourself steps.
That's a good idea, because I hate putting laundry away, so this way it just goes right on the shelf. Okay, so once the kids are dressed, it's time for lunch.
Okay, it's time to get lunches ready and feed and breakfast. So for breakfast, make ahead. You know, it's like take a little bit of time on Sunday or a little bit of time on Monday morning, get up a little bit early, you can have that quiet time in the kitchen, and make ahead breakfast. We have a great story in the magazine this month about breakfast tacos. Imagine like a breakfast taco on a Tuesday morning, right? So you make them ahead, freeze them.
Grab it.
Mini frittatas, we've got all these great ideas. So I highly recommend that, because that'll keep them full and sated until lunchtime.
Okay.
And lunchtime is a battle. We've talked about this.
I do not like making lunch. I just feel like it's never healthy, it's never quick, it's never easy, it's just
And are they actually going to eat it? And they, you know.
Yes.
So it's a pain point for me too. And what we recommend is that you buy stuff in bulk, and then you create a grab and go grocery basically in your house. So they can just come up to the bins and be like, I want this granola bar, I want this chips, I want this, these dried fruit, and then you also do it for fresh stuff, for fresh fruits and vegetables. Chop it up, and you're going to put it in you're going to chop a whole bunch up for the week, and put it in the fridge. Find some space in the fridge, and they can grab it. And that also, again, helps them learn how to build a healthy lunch themselves, and it makes sure that they're getting everything that they need.
And you know they're getting what they want too, so it doesn't all come back home from school with them.
Exactly.
Okay, so when it comes to getting organized, I feel like clutter just piles up on the table for me. So how do we avoid the clutter?
So the return home from the things is always a challenge, and you can come into your house and see just like it's like a war zone. There are book bags everywhere, and there are laptop bags, and what we want to do is avoid that. So we have all kinds of strategies for entryway. It should be visible, open storage. Pegs, hooks are great, so the kids can put their coats on themselves. Baskets labeled for their book bags, so they know which one is theirs, and there's no guesswork. And then the next morning, when you're trying to get out the door, you know exactly where everything is. And then you can put these catch-alls on a counter. They'll just for the small things. You don't want it to pile up too much, but everyone can throw their keys if you have bigger kids with keys. Sunglasses, just the little things that they're going to need to grab right on the way out the door. Masks, great place to have masks if they're still wearing masks in school. And take the guesswork out of it, right? And that's just, I know it seems very type A, but you're going to help yourself.
But if you have the option, maybe it'll actually end up in that option.
100%.
So, yes, okay. So homework is also a thing. I'd imagine staying organized so that homework is less stressful is a good idea also.
100%. Homework, my daughter is going to 2nd grade and she is so excited to have homework.
Really?
Homework is a fun thing.
It's like you say that now.
I know. I think we make it less fun by putting stress on kids about it. I think the way to make it, to keep them loving homework and to keep them doing it and make sure they do it on time is to make it seamless and make it set them up for success. This is an adorable homework caddies. Everything that they need, keep it where they're gonna be doing the work, but it's also portable. So if today we're gonna be at the dining table, you can buy a caddy and just stock it up, or you can DIY it. We have a great idea, real simple, about getting a shoebox, and it involves toilet paper rolls, and the kids would love it. They get to color it themselves and everything.
Right.
And just what that means is they sit down and they just get to it. And then we have this other great hack about time management for kids, because again, all of these things you're trying to teach your kids to sort of take ownership a little bit, little by little, and it's kind of training for them and training for you, because you shouldn't be doing everything for them for their entire lives.
And this clock is a good way to do that.
This clock is great. So you buy an inexpensive clock, and all you got to do is take a marker and sort of mark up what each hour should be designated for. So maybe they get home at 3 to 4 is wind down and snack time. And then maybe 4 to 5 is homework time. And then maybe 5 to 6, I don't know, depending on their age, is bath time, or maybe they'll help you prep dinner or whatever it is.
I love that.
So this takes all the guesswork. I mean, you can kind of want that for yourself too.
Yes, I know. It's like, it's playtime.
Oh, it's doom scrolling time for mom.
Yes.
No, we're not going to do that.
Haven't done Wordle today, so I better hop on that. These are such great tips, Lauren. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I can't wait to kind of do all this in my house. I've got 2 kids off to school.
Just pick and choose. Remember, not everything's for everybody, and we don't want everyone to feel like you have to have everything clamped down, but it's just to put you in a good position for success in fall.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, it is time to tackle your back-to-school shopping list with strategies to save on some of the hottest gear of the season. Stay with us.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We all know back-to-school shopping can be stressful, and it certainly can be expensive. According to the National Retail Federation, a whopping $37 billion will be spent on back-to-school shopping this year, which breaks down to $864 per household. So, what essentials do kids actually need, and most importantly, which ones are worth your hard-earned money? Well, there's no one better to break down what to buy than Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents. Hello, Grace. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, too.
All right, we've got all age groups covered here. So let's start, obviously, with the elementary, kindergarten age group here, where lunch boxes and lunch bags are so important.
Yes, lunch boxes. So this one's from Land's End.
and it's leak resistant and insulated to keep food cool for up to 5 hours. It's also thick and sturdy, so it protects sandwiches from getting squished, which no one wants to eat, right? And my favorite feature is it has a little compartment on the bottom that fits a water bottle, snacks, or whatever little extra you want to toss in there.
So it has the compartments, which hopefully will keep your kids' lunch organized too.
Yes, exactly.
And this comes in all different colors, I'm assuming.
All colors, whatever patterns your kid wants.
Okay, great. So naturally going with the whole lunch bag theme, the water bottle is so important. Why do you like this one?
This is a stainless steel thermos funtainer, and it's also vacuum insulated to keep drinks cold for 12 hours.
Okay.
And it comes in fun patterns that kids love, and it has a really cute little grip handle that's perfect for little hands to carry throughout the day and keep hydrated. And if your kid drops it, don't worry, it's built to withstand dings.
Okay, so it's even okay to put milk in here because it keeps it cold.
Yes, exactly.
All right, perfect. Okay, now for the next age group, let's talk about backpacks. And, you know, I think it's time everybody gets a new fresh one.
Yes, so this is from JanSport, and I had a JanSport backpack as a kid. And for good reason, right? Because it has a lifetime warranty.
That still exists?
Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if it rips or the zipper breaks, send it back and they'll repair it or send you a new one. And this one is lightweight and fits all the essentials.
It's great because the books can weigh it down, certainly.
Exactly.
So it's nice when the bag doesn't weigh a lot, and it's such a nice pattern too. Okay, so for high schoolers, let's talk about some tech. You have some more expensive and then some more reasonably priced options.
Yes, we have headphones. So my children have this. This is wireless and noise canceling from Puro Quiet, and it has a long-lasting battery life, and it's equipped with limited volume to protect young ears, and it costs $129. Now, if you're on a tighter budget, these from J Buddies Pro cost $35, have Bluetooth technology, and also volume regulators so that your kids can jam safely.
And they're also wireless?
Yes.
Okay, because I feel like nobody wears wires anymore. So.
No, you want to move around, dance.
So when you have, you know, all kinds of different technology, the iPads, the phones, everything else, it's nice to keep that all organized with the charging station.
Yes, so this is the charging station. It's from Great Useful Stuff, and it turns any surface into a workspace. And it also charges 5 devices simultaneously.
Oh, wow.
And keeps unsightly cords hidden away.
Okay, so when it looks nice, you're more likely to use it, which I always notice. Okay, so for college kids going off to school, there are some appliances you can keep in your dorm room. What do you recommend?
I recommend this Hamilton Beach tea kettle. It's convenient, versatile, and it boils water in a flash. So if your college kid wants to fuel up before class with a cup of coffee, tea, or even a speedy meal, ramen, oatmeal, pasta, whatever, this will do the job. And the best part is that it turns off when it reaches a boil. So that should give you a little peace of mind, which all parents want.
Yes, because you're not always thinking in college about, did I turn that off? I'm not quite sure. A lot of folks going back to school, you know, in the end of the summer, it's the end of August, and it gets really hot. So what do you recommend to keep cool?
And dorm rooms can get hot and stuffy. So packing a fan is actually key. This one is from Dreo. It's a standing fan. It's slim, it's sleek. It can be tucked away in even the smallest closet. And your college freshmen will appreciate that it's super quiet, it won't disturb if they're studying or napping.
Right, because in college, any distraction can happen at any time, so it's nice to keep the quiet with the fan, too. Grace, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
This was wonderful and so helpful, so happy shopping for everyone. All right, coming up, join me in the kitchen as my son Cal and I take on a yummy lunch recipe. We'll be right back.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today Goes Back to School. We end our show today with a visit to my own kitchen. My son Cal and I whipped up a recipe from one of my favorites on Instagram, Amy Palangian, also known as Yummy Toddler Food. She also has a book called Food Play, which teaches preschoolers how to have fun making their own food in the kitchen. I always make her green pancakes for my boys. They absolutely love it, and I love to sneak some veggies into their meals. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Green pancakes.
With?
Yogurt.
I follow @Yummy Toddler Food on Instagram, and Amy posts these amazing, easy, delicious, healthy recipes for kids. So this actually happens to be a favorite, right? Here we go. Can you peel a banana? Do you know how to peel a banana? Can you peel one?
Yeah. Where is it? This?
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Now peel it.
This?
Yep. Pull it down. Whoa! You can peel your own banana and put it in the blender. Nice.
That's my first time doing it.
That's your first time peeling a banana?
You asked me.
Good job. High five, Ollie. We're going to add flaxseed. Okay, here. Kevin, can you add cinnamon? Perfect. Do you remember how to crack eggs?
Uh-huh.
It's been a while. Don't play.
Teaspoon? A teaspoon.
Get it all in there. 1 cup of milk.
Stop! No, stop!
I just have a little milk left. That's it. Okay.
It's higher than me.
That's okay.
Terrible. So green.
Do you want to try the spinach?
Yeah.
This is why we put spinach in the pancakes, because I can't get you to eat it otherwise. Okay, put it on the blender. Or on the machine, whatever it is. Ollie, flip that up. Good job. Let's plug in the griddle. This is gonna get super duper hot, okay? Some whole wheat flour. See how this is super healthy?
All of it? Now can I make some?
Careful.
Yeah.
Get underneath it and commit to the flip. Yes! That's okay. Great.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I your helper, chef?
You're my sous chef. You're always my sous chef. Press. Put all your strength into your arms and squeeze it down. That looks good, right?
Keep going, buddy. Take this bite, Mommy?
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
Yummy. Why are you feeling off?
Do you like it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. And it's healthy too if you want to sneak a bite for yourself. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Here's to a happy and healthy new school year. And remember, you've got this.
Just come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is your moment. Your moment.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Now, everybody loves a hearty meal.
But when the cooking is done, nobody loves doing dishes.
So today, we're making 3 delicious recipes that all come together in just one pot.
I'm making a one-pan chicken pot pie with some of my favorite spring veggies.
I'm whipping up Tuscan-style tortellini soup.
And I'm making my flavor-packed, Thai-inspired green curry noodles.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Growing up, it was always a treat for me and my siblings to make frozen chicken pot pies when my parents were out to dinner and we had to fend for ourselves. And today I will be making a more grown-up version of this classic comfort food. This recipe has some of my favorite veggies and I know your whole family will absolutely love it. So the first thing we're gonna do is get our onion going. Look at that stunning dice. Move those onions off to the side to prep the rest of our veg. This is fennel, gorgeous, gorgeous fennel. Bulb, fronds, and the stems, okay? So I really love using fennel in honestly any kind of cooking. I promise you, all of that anise flavor is going to mellow out beautifully once it hits the pan. We have these fronds here. We're gonna just give them a nice rough chop. So we've taken the stem off, and then I'm going to cut it in half, like so. We'll go from the top to the back, like so. And then rock it through from the back to the front. Let's quickly do our celery. And the theme here is green. I don't know if you can tell. All green veggies, that's what we're working with today. Okay, finally our garlic clove. And you also don't have to worry about chopping this too fine. So let's get to sauteing. We are going to add in a nice hunk of unsalted butter. We are also going to add in some olive oil. Once it is all melted and as it starts bubbling like so, that is when we know to add in our veggies. These will all go in at the same time. These veggies were really running away from me here. Okay. We want these veggies to break down, to caramelize a bit, to develop their flavor. And while that is going, we are going to get to work on the rest of our veggies, because believe it or not, we are adding even more vegetables to this already full vegetation experience. All right, so next up we have our kale. This is lacinato kale, also known as dinosaur kale. It is flat, it's not as crazy and curly like curly kale. And my favorite way to prepare it is I will take the bottom, right where the stem is, grab either side, and then take my finger and pull that stem right through. And there you go. Okay, so while this is going, we are actually going to add even more flavor with some fresh thyme. And then what we're gonna do is we're just going to bunch it on up in pieces, slice it thin, just like so. How about that? Fabulous. We're gonna get to work on our chicken. A great shortcut that I love to do is I love to use a rotisserie chicken. I am pulling off this skin just because we don't necessarily need it, and we can chop this up. My siblings prefer white meat and I prefer dark meat with chicken, so it's good. We'll have a little for me and then the rest for my sibbies. Okay, looking good. So now that our veggies are ready to rock, it is time to create what I like to call an almost roux. So we are just going to add in this all-purpose flour. But it's really important when you add in flour to a pot pie, to anything as a thickening agent, that you take the time to cook the flour down. So we want to just keep cooking this down for about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, it's time to thicken this up. We're gonna start by doing 1 cup of the stock. We want to make sure that all of this flour breaks down. And now what we want to do is we want to bring this to a simmer to continue thickening it a bit more. Next up, we are going to add in our kale to wilt it and to also thicken up our mixture a bit. And now that this looks nice and thick, we're going to add in our final ingredients. Our peas, our fennel fronds, and our chopped up chicken. This is my favorite thing to do with a homemade pot pie. I love using puff pastry, store-bought. I'm taking a little bit of all-purpose flour and just giving it a nice light dusting. Open it on up. This is 1 sheet of puff pastry. We're gonna give this 1 more light dusting of flour. Take your rolling pin. The main thing here is to make sure that you roll it out so that it fits whatever pan you are working with. And we're just going to fold it, bring our pan over, lift it up, and then open it up like a book and dress it right over the top. You cute, you gorgeous. I love ya. We want to make sure that we have about 1 inch around our cast iron. And you can just trim the corners off of that pastry. I have egg wash right here. And the reason why we're popping this onto the top and brushing it over the top of our pastry is because if we don't, what's gonna happen is our pastry is gonna end up looking a little sad. So we're just taking a pastry brush and really delicately brushing that egg wash over the top and the sides of the pastry. Okay, we want to make sure it has some ventilation. You want to make sure that you have at least 3, maybe 4, right in the center of that pie so that steam can escape. And then my favorite little extra layer of pizzazz is to take some flaky salt and sprinkle it over the top of this pot pie. So this is going to go into the oven for about 25 to 30 minutes and just check about halfway through. Oh man, our pot pie has cooled. We want it to cool for about 10 minutes after it comes out of the oven. And now there's only one thing left to do. Slice it up and give it a taste. And then we're gonna give this a nice big scoop. Oh yeah. Look at that. It is unbelievable how food can instantly transport you back to a moment. It is just bursting with spring beauty and energy. I love it. One more bite, because we deserve it.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas and my birthday or something.
I absolutely love Italian food, just like everybody else. It's so comforting and it always tends to hit the spot. Now with minimal prep, my tortellini soup is just a thing to make at the end of a long day because it's just in one pot. All right, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna fire up the big pot that you have in your kitchen. I'm gonna set it onto a medium-high heat. Next, we're gonna move on to the sausage. This is spicy Italian sausage. I think it adds a lot of flavor. Just remove the casing from the sausage. Well, a sticky little thing, isn't it? Then we're just gonna put this right into the pan right now. Squeeze that sausage right on out, right into that pot. Right now, I'm breaking up the meat so that way it'll be dispersed. It'll cook a little bit faster. Let's move on to chop up our veggies. So I've got some onion here. We're just gonna dice this up, slice it in half. And you can do generous chunks. Here we go. Moving on, we got some fresh tomatoes here. Gonna dice these up as well. All right, and you know what? I'm thinking our sausage is about finished. Yeah, it's great. It's got a great color on there. We're gonna take a slotted spoon and we're gonna remove the sausage because we don't want to take out the oil. We want the oil from that sausage to help out with the flavor. There we go. Now, since there's not a lot of oil left after the sausage, I am gonna add in just a little bit of olive oil. I'm gonna add in my onions and we're gonna saute those. You know I am a garlic lover, and if you love Italian food, you gotta be a garlic lover too. Now, got some carrots here. Because they're so small, I'm not gonna peel them. I'm just gonna begin to dice them up as well. But just make sure you wash your carrots. Give that a nice stir. All right. In goes the garlic. Slide that on in. Give it another stir. And we're gonna cook this for about 1 minute. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna deglaze the bottom of this pot. We're gonna do that with some red wine because we're fancy here in the Today All Day kitchen. So grab your favorite red wine. I'm gonna be using a blend, and we're gonna add about a half a cup. There we go. And if you wanna toast yourself during this recipe, I won't judge you. That's your business. Let this simmer down. And in go the tomatoes. I'm gonna let the tomatoes rest in here with the onions and the red wine and garlic. Let that simmer for a minute. I'm gonna finish preparing the rest of our veggies. Basil. I'm gonna roll them up, stack the leaves. And I'm just gonna, just like this. Beautiful. That should be enough. I'm gonna reserve some too for garnish at the very end. Check back in on our tomatoes and onions and look at this. You can see how thick it is. It's kind of slushy. That's exactly the texture that we want. I think this looks good. What about y'all? Yeah, Kev, it looks real good. Okay, let's start to bring everything else together. I'm gonna add in some oregano. Adding back in the sausage as well. Okay, this is a good stir. And then our stock, pour it in. This is some chicken stock. Another pinch of salt, some black pepper, and lastly, I'm gonna sprinkle in some basil. Boom. If you want some heat, yeah, Kev, we want the heat, bring the heat. All right, some red pepper, boom. I'm gonna crank up the heat so that it comes to a boil, and then as soon as it starts to boil, you're gonna wanna reduce the heat down to a simmer.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas on my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're gonna take some kale. All I'm doing is folding the kale over, and I'm gonna take out the big stem. Take it at the very top and just drag the knife along the stem. Comes right out. And then just do a chop. Okay, just like this. This is great. Still simmering. Ready, in, go. The kale. Beautiful. And this is some cheese-filled tortellini. I'm gonna cook this for about 5 minutes. You can cover and let this simmer. All right, I think this is done. I'm gonna turn off the heat of our pot, and we're gonna plate this amazing one-pot Tuscan tortellini soup. And this soup deserves the good bowls, okay? I'm just gonna say that. It deserves it. Get a big scoop. Oh yeah. We've got the color from the carrots, color from the kale, and color from the tomatoes. Beautiful. Let's garnish. Pepper. A little bit of dried oregano, if you want some. Beautiful. Basil. There we go. And look at this. Holy smokes. Cannot wait to devour this soup. Oh my Lord. That is a delicious soup. Now, I'm not team soup only in the wintertime. I'm team soup all year long. You want to come home to a nice warm hug. This is it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I know making a curry from scratch might sound intimidating, but I promise it's actually pretty easy. After trying this recipe, you may never go back to that jarred stuff. I'm gonna kick things off with my curry paste. Traditionally, this is made in a mortar and pestle, but this girl is busy, so we're gonna put everything in a food processor and it comes out just great. So we're gonna first start with some coriander stems. So get those right into the food processor. Then we're gonna use one small shallot or half of this large one here. And I like to quarter it so it's easier to blend up in the food processor. So get that right in. And then we're gonna use 4 cloves of garlic. 1 Thai green chili. You could just take the stem right off like this. And you could cut this in half if you'd like so it's easier to blend. And then we're gonna use 1-inch piece of fresh ginger. Fresh is key. The traditional ingredient in this is usually galangal, but it's not readily available, so ginger is the next best substitute. And the best way to peel ginger is using a spoon, because if you run your spoon right against the meat of the ginger, the peel comes right off. How cool is that? So pop that right in. Next, we want half a stalk of fresh lemongrass. I'm just gonna give this a rough chop. And we're gonna get that beautiful lemongrass right in. I'm using 1 fresh lime. Let's get that all in. So then we wanna just cut this in half. You can use your hand or a little citrus squeezer and give it a good squeeze. And we have a few more remaining ingredients. We want some toasted cumin seeds and some toasted coriander seeds. Then we want to add a pinch of white pepper. This is deceiving. White pepper is quite spicy, so a pinch is more than enough. And then a pinch of kosher salt. And we're gonna whiz this up. And just keep pulsing. Okay, so I think we're good. So I'm gonna get it out into a bowl and then I'm gonna grab my veggies, tofu, and noodles for the rest of my recipe. So we've had our tofu here sitting in some paper towel. We've pressed it, so you'll notice that it's a little bit drier from when you open the package. So I like small cubes because I want them to be bite-sized and able to fit on my spoon or fork. Plus, if you make them smaller, then they'll cook better and crisp up. Okay, the next step is tossing them in some cornstarch. So you just want to lightly coat them. Great, so let's turn our skillet on. And we're gonna wanna get this to about a medium-high heat. Coat the bottom with some neutral cooking oil. I'm gonna start giving them a flip. This is what you want. This is gonna be flavor packed. These are looking great. You could see the color, the crisp. So I'm gonna get them removed and then start prepping my veg. First, I'm gonna slice my onion. We're just using a medium to large yellow onion. So I'm gonna do a quick slice on each half. So our onion is done. And next we wanna do one long red chili. These actually aren't that spicy, but they're gonna add a lot of flavor and they're gonna look beautiful against the green curry. So we're just gonna give a quick slice on this, just basically thin circles. Great. And next we wanna slice a green bell pepper. This one's a big one. So cut this in half. And I just like to scoop out the center to clean it up. And then similarly, we're just going to run our knife through it like the way we did for the onion. Great. And lastly, we have some carrot. We're gonna try doing this julienne because I like it to match the onions and the peppers. Okay? And now the one pan or pot magic begins. So we're gonna take the same pan that we used to crisp up our tofu in. While that's heating up, we're gonna coat it with a little bit more of that neutral oil. And now I'm gonna add in all of my veggies. Whew, I always love that sizzle. So we wanna saute it for about 5 minutes or so. And to help with the process, we're gonna add in a bit of salt. The salt is gonna help release all of the moisture in the vegetables. Now that our onions are looking a little bit translucent, it's time for our curry paste. It smells so good. We're gonna let this cook down for about 3 to 4 minutes. Once you notice that the vegetables have softened and it's browning on the bottom, it's time for our liquids. So we're gonna add in about 2 cups of water. And some full-fat coconut milk. And now is when we add our green peas. Stir this all together, and then we wanna bring this to a slow simmer. So while we wait for our curry to come to a slow simmer, I wanna talk about the noodles. So I'm actually using edamame noodles, which are noodles made out of edamame beans. They're super delicious and they're a beautiful green color. Okay, so our curry is simmering. So now it's time to add our noodles. You just wanna make sure all the noodles have some moisture on them. They're all covered with the liquid. Great. Then we're gonna cover it and let it cook for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna clean up some of these bowls and get ready to taste. Okay, so our noodles have been simmering for about 5 minutes, so let's give it a check. These will look so good. Notice that all the liquid has reduced, but it's still nice and saucy, and the veggies are still vibrant in color. All right, let's get it plated. So beautiful. I love the way the carrots look in this because they really add that pop of color. Okay, now for our tofu. We haven't forgotten about that. So they've actually cooled off here, which is great because now they're nice and crispy. And then we're gonna add some of our garnishes. So we have some fresh lime, some fresh coriander, and we reserved some of our fresh red chili. Look at this. Can you believe this was made in only one pan? I just have to give this a taste. Are you kidding me? It's like I'm walking the streets of Bangkok. It's so vibrant, it's so fragrant. You should always eat with your eyes first, and this is certainly a dish that I'm eating with my eyes first.
Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editor's picks. This is Shop All Day, Return to Routine.
Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. The summer is winding down, which means it's time to reset and restart our routines for the fall season. Whether it's back to school, back to the office, or back to reality after a wonderful summer, these must-haves will have you ready to return to your routine in style. From a casual blazer that goes with any look to an on-the-go root touch-up solution, we've got it all, and all under $50. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. First up, if you've been on the hunt for a transitional foundation piece that's A, easy to wear, and B, goes with everything in your closet, then we've got you covered. Meet the perfect tank from Loft, and it lives up to its name. The tank silhouette is big news. We've seen it all over the runways as the on-trend layering piece of the season. It's also got a slim, streamlined fit with a high crew neck and racer back cutout sleeve, which I find to be a super flattering cut to the shoulders and arms. I love that this tank is versatile enough for work or play. Dress it up with trousers or midi skirts, or dress it down with jeans, shorts, or leggings. Choose from 4 colors, and reviewers say you might want to size up. Next, let's talk about the it pant of the season, the wide leg trouser. And I'm a big fan of this silhouette because it is so easy to wear and really flattering on most body types. In fact, I like to think of this pant as a stylish alternative to sweats, but so much more pulled together. You can rock these pants with sneakers or slides and the modern tank we just talked about, or heels and a button down. One quick note though, make sure you check the sizing instructions on fit and length. Now, get ready to up your fashion game with what I think is one of the best looking, affordable staples you can add to your closet. This oversized blazer from Amazon is the blazer to shake up your wardrobe this fall. Pair it with tees and jeans, trousers, midi or mini skirts, and more. And I'm crazy for the details, like the notched lapels, the padded shoulders, and the 2-button closure, which allows for wearing it open or closed. Plus, it comes in 9 colors. My favorites are the black and the khaki, which really looks like the classic camel color. Now, one thing's for sure, whether it's school or drop-off or back to the office, this blazer will get you there in high style. And on to a tried and true classic, the iconic ballet flat. Now, this famous flat has been a style staple for decades, and it is not going anywhere. From work to weekends, these flats always raise the fashion quotient. I'm happy to say we found a fabulous and really affordable option from Amazon that has everything we look for in a great ballet flat. It's got that barely there heel and a pointed cap toe. Plus, they've got a great durable rubber sole with a great padded footbed. Plus, they come in such chic colors and patterns. For year-round wear, there's the black and tan, which is the ultimate classic and my personal favorite. Or you can go black on black. And for the warmer months, check out this great mesh detail with the cap toe. Very, very stylish. And if you're a cardigan fan, we've got another wardrobe essential that also elevates your everyday look. Keep it by the door because you're gonna wanna wear this great looking, longer length cardigan every chance you get. I mean, shoppers rave about this lightweight knit and how flattering and easy it is to wear, and the length It hits just above the knee, which I think is a really flattering length. It gives excellent coverage, especially if you're wearing leggings. And it's got 2 patch pockets. Yay! Plus, the versatile weight makes it a 3-season sweater, and it comes in lots of rich colors. Now, up your denim game this fall with the hottest new offering from H&M, the Mom Jean 2.0. Yes, they've taken the 90s mom jean silhouette that we all know and love with the high waist, straight cut tapered leg and slightly baggy fit, and pumped up the volume. Yes, they even added more roominess for a looser fit. Plus, they come in 2 washes and they're so affordable. These are definitely the cool mom jeans. And who wants to be a regular mom when you can be a cool mom? No time for a salon visit? No problem. We've got the perfect product to help you cover up your roots. It's L'Oreal Paris's Magic Root Cover-Up Spray. Now, this is beloved by our Shop Today editorial team because not only is it incredibly easy to use, you just spray and say goodbye to the gray, but it works. Our team also loves its lightweight and quick-dry formula, which means it won't come off on your pillow or on your hands or your face. And the brand says, 1 application lasts until your next shampoo. Talk about a beauty secret weapon for women on the go. And it comes in 10 shades for under $10. No wonder this little lifesaver has over 50,000 ratings. And last, but definitely not least, if you're looking to repair your hair this fall, we've got an easy fix to add to your routine. Olaplex's #3 Hair Repair Perfector. With over 500,000 likes on Sephora, I think it's safe to say that shoppers are obsessed. It's an at-home treatment that the brand says is designed to use weekly and, according to Olaplex, can help reduce breakage and split ends. According to the brand, you can use on all hair types from straight, wavy, curly, and coily. And the brand also says that it helps to combat frizz and flyaways. I actually used Olaplex yesterday, and oh my gosh, my hair feels so great. I'm obsessed too. Let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Loft Perfect Tank, the high-waist palazzo trouser pant, the casual oversized blazer, the pointed toe cat ballet flat, the cardigan, the H&M Mom Loose Fit jeans, the L'Oreal Magic Root Cover-Up Spray, and the Olaplex #3 Repair Perfector. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako Lovu is talking to founder and CEO of Makeup by Mario, Mario Dedivanovic, to give us the products that will give you a simple, flawless look all day long. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top,
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Fall is right around the corner, which means it's time to reset and restart our routines. Mario Degdovanovic is here with us to share his favorite products to help you perfect your easy everyday look. Hi, Mario. How are you?
I am great. How are you?
I'm doing even better that you're here. We're so excited. And I want to start from the beginning, right? As a teenager working at Sephora, to be where you're at right now, how does it feel to be in this moment with that sign behind you, Makeup by Mario?
You know what? I pinch myself every day, honestly. On my way to work, when I'm walking to the office, I pass by a very big Sephora on my way and I see my brand right there in the front. And literally I get chills every day and I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful for the journey and how it all turned out.
Right, but I think a lot of people don't know about the hard work that goes into it, the pressure, the responsibilities, the labs, the creative, all of that. How do you manage that? How do you juggle all of that?
You know, I'm still learning how to juggle them all, but I manage somehow and I'm just grateful for it all at the end of the day.
And you're doing it and doing it so well. We love watching the journey. Now that I have you here, listen, I have to ask you questions for everyone who's watching. So what tips do you have for ladies in their 20s to 30s and then 40 and up?
So I think a lot of women actually feel that the older you get, the more that you need. But I feel strongly that, 40 and up and the more mature that you get, you should sort of have a lighter approach and a lighter hand. So use less eyeshadows, less of the eyeliners and lashes and things like that. So that's how I feel about it. I mean, I think from the 20s to 30s, you can definitely apply more. But I think as you get more mature, as you get a little older, you should sort of have a lighter hand in your approach to makeup.
Duly noted. Okay, so now that there's this whole trend, right, about the clean girl aesthetic, and as someone who really brought contouring to the forefront, I gotta get your take on it. What do you think is on trend right now? Are we still contouring and beating the face, or are we doing more of the clean girl aesthetic?
Definitely a mixture of both, but I'm really loving the new trend, the new aesthetic of this sort of lighter approach, more clean makeup, products that are sort of lighter and more transparent, which is the type of products that I'm really working on and developing for the brand as well, because I think it was time. We had many years of that trend of like the heavier contouring and stuff like that, but it's not necessary. You can still get those looks and that effect with a much lighter approach.
Okay, because I've been a contouring girl, so I'm excited for you to lead me on this journey. Let's get into some of the selections and the products that you brought here. You have the Makeup by Mario Transforming Skin Enhancer, and then we have the Skin Perfector. Walk me through how we use them.
Yes, these are very exciting. These are our newest launch. This is the Soft Sculpt Enhancer here. And basically what this is like a 3-in-1. It's a warming skin tint. It has nourishing ingredients. And I actually came with clean skin because I wanted to just apply it for you quickly.
Nice.
Initially, I developed this product. This was like a dream product of mine. And initially, I developed it for myself, selfishly, because I wanted a product that I could sort of get that look of like just from the beach, but in a really, really fast, way in the morning. So you can see here that I'm just applying it literally with a foundation brush. I have one brush and I'm just lightly putting it all over the skin. It takes 30 seconds and then you can see literally how quick that effect is and how beautiful and healthy the skin looks. And the product that goes with it is the Soft Sculpt Transforming Skin Perfector.
Right.
And what this is sort of, this product, I sort of set this first product with. You can also use this product alone. But what I did is I combined three things. So my technique is to set with loose, with transparent powder. Then I like to put a little bit of glow, and then I like to put a matte bronzer. But what I did with this product is I combined it all into one to really cut that time, you know, in half. And so you just take it with a brush like this.
Okay.
And you just literally set your skin like this. This also takes seconds.
I love that you can see the variation of the product, the 3-in-1, in the actual product.
Yes, it's like literally 3 steps in one. So I cut the time in half, and it's an ombre effect, and it's also very light, very transparent. And you can see now on my skin how it sort of like meshed and blended everything together and still gives your skin a skin-like lived-in look.
That's so perfect. You are glowing, okay?
So are you.
Thank you so much. So let's move on to the next product that we have here. We have this lip serum, which I absolutely love. Talk to me about it. You apply it as is?
Yeah, so this is the Moisture Glow Plumping Lip Serum. This product went super viral on social media. It has a cool little compact here, and basically what this is a plumping lip serum. So the trend right now is, you know, very glossy lips are in right now, and this has plumping effects. It has very, very small amount of shimmer particles in it, so it's going to sort of enhance the lips. It's going to give you a beautiful glow to your lips, and it's going to give that effect of like a plumped lip. And so again, just a super easy product to use.
It's nice and creamy. It feels like luxury on my skin. Absolutely stunning. Speaking of stunning, like, listen, brows are like the windows to the eyes. I love this brow gel. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so this is the Master Hold Brow Gel. I'm gonna put some on myself. What this does is it just beautifully sets your brows, and it doesn't budge all day until you go home and wash it off. And with this, it's just one swipe through the brows. You can sort of move the brow hairs to your desired effect, and then it sets completely and you don't feel it all day. So again, it's another one of those products. It's like a quick one and done.
So from the brows to the mascara is absolutely wonderful. L'Oreal is like tried and true, and you use this all the time?
For 22 years, I've been using this, and I try other mascaras all the time, and I always go back to this one. I love a clean look on the eyelashes. I like when there's no clumps, when there's no flakes, and I like when the lashes look very separated. And for me, this one there's just no other like it. I've been going back to it, and it's in the shade Carbon Black. So there's different shades. Carbon Black is the best because it's the blackest black.
How often should you be switching out your mascara? Should you like get it every year, every 6 months? How does that work?
I would say like 2-3 months is what is recommended. I know that some people go a little bit longer, but you shouldn't stay for more than a few months.
Mario, I am guilty. Okay, so I need to switch it out. Speaking of switching it out and getting that clean face, I really love this skin that you brought with us by Kim Kardashian. Let's talk about the cleanser. How does it work? Is it hydrating? Talk to me about it.
Yes, I love this cleanser for night. First of all, the packaging is stunning.
Yeah.
But this cleanser is amazing in that I love at nighttime, right, to wash my face. And I typically like foaming cleansers, but they can be a little bit harsh on the skin. This gives you that feeling of a foaming cleanser, but it's extremely light. And so it doesn't strip your skin. Your skin still feels soft. There's amazing, amazing ingredients in here.
So I don't have to use a makeup wipe. I can just kind of use the product as is.
Yeah, I mean, you could use a wipe first, but you know, a wipe is not going to get everything off. It's always good to wash your face with a cleanser at night and then moisturize.
Okay, so let's move on to hair. This volume spray.
This product kind of saved my life because I was for years stuck on using such heavy hair product because my hair is very, very flat. And so when I introduced this into my routine, I just kind of spray this over damp hair right after the shower. And so I don't need to use like heavy hairsprays. I don't need to use heavy gels because this gives me that lift and that volume without having to put product in it. And it smells really beautiful as well.
It really does. It smells very fresh. So when someone comes in for a hug, they're like, oh my God, that person smells amazing. Speaking of smelling fresh, let's talk about scents. You're around celebrities all the time, so you gotta smell good. This musk oil smells phenomenal.
So this is one of my OGs. I've been using this product. It's universal. It's called Original Musk Blend No. 1 by Kiehl's. It is, I mean, on me, it smells a little bit different on everyone. It's just such a classic smell. It's not too feminine, not too masculine. There's a softness to it, but you know, it's that type of fragrance that everyone mentions or says, oh my God, you smell so good, you know, when they come near you. And it smells slightly different on women than it does on men. But the best way to describe it is it's sexy. It's just a sexy scent.
Yeah, and I love the oil as well. I love the one that you're holding up, but there's versatility. And this is unisex, right? It's like anybody can use
Unisex.
it.
And I have the oils as well, and I use the oil sometimes instead of the spray, just kind of like right around this area here. But yeah, it just kind of makes me happy. It's sort of become my signature over the years.
You've got us covered from makeup to hair to brows. Mario, this has been so amazing. Thank you for spending time with us.
Oh, it was my pleasure. I can't wait to do it again. Thank you, guys.
Now let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Transforming Skin Enhancer. We have the Transforming Skin Perfector, the Moisture Glow Lip Serum, the Master Hold Brow Gel, the L'Oreal Mascara, the Skin by Kim Cleanser, the Volume Spray from Away, and the Original Musk Oils from Kiehl's. Up next, Adriana Brock is here to chat with us about her favorite items to help you get back in action for the fall. Stay with us.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. We are bringing you some of our favorite products to help you refresh and restart just in time for fall. We've got everything from smart organizational solutions for your home to products that are simply time savers for your busy days and nights. And you know what to do. See that QR code at the corner of your screen? Use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. So let's get started. So when it comes to sleep, the only thing better than a comfy bed is a set of pajamas that are gonna keep you cool all night long, and these fit the bill. So according to the brand, they're made with bamboo fibers, which help make the fabric more breathable to help you so that you can stay cool all night long. They are so cozy. They also have a little bit of stretch, which to me makes them even more comfortable. I wear these year round. They're great for summer, fall, even winter. And I also love the design. They come in a bunch of different colors, but they've got that sleek button up top with the wide leg pants, so you can wear them all around the house. I live in them on the weekends too. And when you're getting back into the swing of things, getting organized is step number one. So if you're starting with your beauty products or your accessories, this organizer is so neat. It's made for cosmetics, but it's got a two-part system. So it's got the 3 drawers and then a vanity organizer stacked on top, so you can use them together or you can break them apart. What's really cool is that the drawers are roomy enough for larger products like your foundation, your makeup palettes, and I love the design because it's easily accessible. You can get everything you need all at once. And then the second organizer actually has 13 compartments to keep everything together and tidy. It's so versatile. Honestly, you can use it for storage for your jewelry, small accessories, or even keep it in the office to keep all your supplies handy. This next one our team recently stumbled upon, and it's so cool. It's called the Commuter Backpack, and it's versatile enough to travel or use as an everyday carry-all. So it's designed to fit everything you need for your day inside. You get a huge padded laptop pocket, these spacious pockets inside, and you also get a wide zip pocket on the outside and a bottle sleeve. So the fabric feels really sturdy, and according to the brand, it's made with a water-repellent nylon, and you get the padded shoulder straps, so you get comfort all day long. But one of my favorite parts too is that it's got the trolley sleeve, so that you can put it on your carry-on when you're traveling too. And if you're heading back to the office or the kids are going back to school, this backpack is for you. But get this, it also comes with a 5-year limited warranty from the brand, so you know this investment has you covered. And speaking of keeping things nice and neat, if you're like me, you have your container lids all over the place in the cupboard. So pick up this next one. It is from Ucopia, and it's actually a lid organizer for all those containers that you have lying around the kitchen. It uses adjustable dividers so that you can line up all those lids and you don't have to go digging around the kitchen to find the ones that match up to your bowls and all your containers. It's really awesome because it's got a wide design, so you can line up the dividers in all different directions, and it's gonna fit most lids, from the bigger ones to the really tiny ones. And when you keep them all together nice and neat, you free up the space in the cupboard, free up the shelf space, and you don't have to go digging around anymore. Okay, this next one is so adorable. Is this not the cutest iron you've ever seen? It looks like a toy, but it really isn't. It actually works. I've tried it myself, and I love it. It's also really great because you get a 7.5-foot cord, and it heats up in about 30 seconds, which is great when you're really busy in the morning. It also has 3 temperature settings, and it holds enough water to iron 2 full pieces of clothing, but I really do love it for those touch-ups in the morning when you're just trying to get out the door. All right, and let's talk about revamping your beauty routine. And what better place to start than with your smile? I love Colgate products. It's like all we use in our house. And this optic white pen is so neat. It is the easiest thing to whiten your teeth in 7 days, according to the brand. No messy strips, no expensive blue lights. Just make sure you use it at night. So what you do is you uncap it, you click the pen, and you're gonna get the whitening serum. It's gonna come out. You just swipe it on every tooth across the top and the bottom. You let it dry. It's gonna dry clear, and you just leave it on overnight. So it literally works while you're sleeping. In the morning, you brush your teeth as you normally would. It's so easy. You're supposed to use it 7 days in a row, according to the brand. I love using it. You're not gonna see instant results overnight, but honestly, after a few days, and especially after that week of using it, you're gonna see a huge improvement. And the brand says it's enamel safe, and it's safe enough for sensitive teeth and gums. This other one is one of my favorite brands. It's called IT Cosmetics, and it is such a great makeup brand for complexion enhancing products. I use the CC cream all the time, but this Bye Bye Redness color correcting cream is also pretty awesome and really unique, and it actually works. I use it all the time. My skin's kind of on the sensitive side and prone to redness, so if you have similar skin dilemmas, you're gonna wanna check this out. So the brand says it's moisturizing, it's a foundation, so you're gonna get long wear, full coverage makeup all day long. It's specifically designed to neutralize redness without a heavy makeup look. So the brand said it's made with soothing ingredients like oatmeal, aloe, and avocado, which is gonna help camouflage discoloration from things like broken capillaries, blemishes, irritation, sun damage, and even rosacea. And last but certainly not least, if you have odds and ends laying around the house that need to go upstairs or downstairs, this stair basket organizer is a perfect solution for that. So instead of piling up all those items that you use on your actual stairs, this cute wicker basket keeps them all organized, and it's got a really unique shape, so you just fit it on over the stair. It's deep enough for things like shoes, all the kids' clothing, any odds and ends around the house, but most importantly, it keeps all those items off the stairs and neatly tucked away. This is one of those clever solutions you never knew you needed. So let's run through the products one more time. We've got the pajamas, the cosmetics organizer, the commuter backpack, the lid organizer, the steam iron, the optic white pen, the It Cosmetics CC cream, and the Stare basket. And that's a wrap on Editor's Picks and for our show today. It's been so fun showing you all of our favorites. Thanks for watching.
It's good to see you, Emma. Thank you for doing this. The film is extraordinary. I just finished watching it this morning. It's funny, it's heartbreaking. I said to you, I think it's a brave performance by you. What did you think, Emma, when you first got this script?
Well, I know Katie, the writer, and she said, I've thought of you. And as soon as it started, the situation was what got me. You've got a 63-year-old ex-religious education teacher, and she's in a room, and you think, okay, what's happening? She's a bit nervous. There's a knock on the door, and a 28-year-old sex worker walks in, and she's hired him. That's like my favorite situation of all time. I mean, I love all the work that I've done before, but I've never been put in that situation. I've never seen these people. I've never seen this situation. And the fact that she's terrified, I mean, can you imagine what bliss it was to play? She's full of assumptions about this young man, and then slowly it all gets kind of stripped away. Everything gets stripped away, including what she's wearing. Finally, they unpeel one another, but in the most kind of, it's an examination of intimacy that we're not used to because we associate intimacy with romance, which of course can be a little bit delusional.
So you were in at the jump, is it
I
fair
was
to
in
say?
at the jump. As soon as that knock came on the door, I said, I want to do it. Don't give it to anybody else. Everyone was, I'll do it. Yes, absolutely.
Intimate is an understatement for this film. Did you have any reservations about the physical side of it, or did you embrace that and think this is an important role for me to play?
Well, in the script, it doesn't really say much. It just, in fact, I think Sophie and Katie took a while to work out whether there should be a sex scene. And it was Sophie who said, there has to be a sex scene. We have to have a sex scene. So for uppermost in my mind, interestingly, nor indeed was nudity uppermost in my mind. I didn't really think about that. The real challenge was, how do we make this funny, compassionate, moving, really pleasurable to watch when we don't have New Zealand to give it scale, but the scale is in the seismic emotions of what these people go through, and also the hilarity of someone wanting something but not able to. It's both heartbreaking and funny, and that's my favorite combination.
How would you describe to someone who's thinking about going to see this Nancy, which we learn later, maybe perhaps isn't her real name, where is she in her life, and why does she even entertain the idea of bringing this young man to a hotel room?
She's a 63-year-old religious education teacher, retired. She's been widowed for 2 years. Something has happened in her mind, in her body. She's just gone, I've never experienced sexual pleasure, not really, not ever, except I do remember that one time when I was 16 and that Greek boy did that thing. What can I do? I don't fancy any of these men. They're all old, like me. I want a young person because the last time I experienced this, I was young. And that's, I think, why she hires someone so much younger than her, but also because it makes him far away. She can feel like in the stronger position because she's old. I mean, everything she goes through is so... It's so much like seeing someone, you have a fantasy and you try and make it real, and the reality is just not what you were expecting, the opposite of what you were expecting, and she's unable to go through. It's only Leo who makes her say, do you understand what you've done here? You want something, and it's here, and you can have it. And she says, but I can't cope with what it is that I want. And I think that women are not encouraged to think about what they want anyway. I mean, I can think of the number of times I've said, or someone said, what do you want? And I mean, obviously it's normally a martini, but and that kind of covers all bases, because then you can at least relax enough to think about what actually do I want. Nancy's just, I love her. She's very dignified. She's a very normal, ordinary woman. She's occasionally a bit bigoted and a bit stupid about things, and she's internalized all kinds of misogynistic attitudes, which she parrots out, and then is suddenly challenged by this incredibly intelligent young man who's sort of compassionate and humane and ironic and sees her. They see each other, and it's intimacy without romance, which is just, when do you see that?
How did you build that chemistry before the cameras even started rolling?
You sort of build it as you play. We were really lucky because we had 6 days rehearsal, which is very unusual for a tiny movie. We shot it in 19 days. But on one of the days, the three of us, our director, Daryl, and I, said, right, we need to just all take our clothes off and get used to the fact that at some point or other, the two of us are going to be naked on set, and they'll be a set about this size, but with less people in it, actually. Very close set. But still, it's a big thing. But by the time we got to it, we were so relieved for both characters that they were finally getting a moment of freedom and release and relaxation. And so it was rather a joy. And I know that sounds very odd, because it's very odd to us to think, as people who aren't in the business, what is it like to take your clothes off in front of, anyone in a room of people that you don't actively know? But of course, it's really very normal and ordinary. We're just not used to it, that's all.
And so what was that scene like, the three of you?
Well, we just sat and talked about our bodies piece by piece, really. We talked about the bits that we liked and the bits that we didn't like and why they were the shape that they were. Daryl was in very good shape because he'd been to the gym, because Leo goes to the gym. Nancy was, as you see her, because she's a teacher. She's not a gym bunny. If Nancy had a six-pack, you'd just go, I don't believe that she does that or has that. So it was all about, I'll tell you what it's about. It's about having trust in your audience as well. And that is what we're here for, actors. Challenge ourselves and trust your audience.
I think anyone watching it will feel is sort of the unseen life or the unfelt life, where Nancy says, my kids didn't even notice when I was disappointed. Do you feel like that's something that even you could relate to, or that people watching this film will say, yeah, I see some of that. I've denied myself pleasure along the way in the interest of helping others or my family or something else. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I really do. I think there's a real distinction, though, between individualism and a materialism that we live in, which I don't think gives us much pleasure, actually. But to create a relationship with yourself that's sort of self-sustaining means you don't need stuff from outside. It means that you can go inside yourself and have a relationship that's, sort of nourishing. I think that's very hard to achieve, especially if you're there to serve other people, which women so often are. And the question of female pleasure is an even larger one, isn't it? In a way, all of us, men and women, have been taught not to respect sexual pleasure, to think of it as somehow animalistic and not part of our higher selves, And I think that Nancy understands that, and she goes, but surely it can't just be that. Surely it's not just this hidden, forbidden thing because I remember that moment. She remembers that moment when she's touched by this boy when she's 16, and none of that has prevented her. She's not brainwashed yet by the rules, and she suddenly feels this extraordinary thing, and that's when, your boundaries melt. With really beautiful, proper sexual pleasure, you suddenly, are one with the universe. I'm sorry to go all spooky on it, but I do think that that's the case. So it's a big conversation, but it's one that this film's so wonderful to start that conversation with, because it's a joyful, happy, beautiful pleasure of a film.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We were talking about the body image before we started, ranging from a woman like Nancy to a teenage girl on Instagram these days. The images that are out there that you have to hold yourself up to,
I know.
it can be impossible. It can feel I could never live up to that.
Yeah.
How do we get past that? It's a big job, I know.
It is a big job, but I mean, again, this is part of it. You have to tell these kinds of stories and put these kinds of bodies on the screen. Otherwise, how can you fight the iconography? You know, it's not about being old. It's about not being able to look at your body and go, that's my body. You don't need to say, what a wonderful body. You know, you don't need to, but what you really need not to do is waste your time, your energy, your passion, your purpose in life, thinking you've got to make it different. It's just awful what we've done to ourselves. And it's, particularly for women, it's such a waste of our time. I have to look at it and think I'm so gorgeous. That's too much to ask, I think, given what we've been brainwashed with. And I think it's hard for men as well. But it's different because appearance has not been written in to the status of men in the same way as it has been into the status of women. So that's where, you know, we're on completely different playing fields. And my answer to it, as with what I have to give, is this movie, which I couldn't have made 5 to 10 years ago.
Now, why do you say that? You could have made it 5, 10 years ago.
Because I think I wouldn't have been ready myself, but I also think that the Me Too movements and the mainstream discussion about consent and abuse and all of that, coming into a much more mainstream, that has changed the landscape. And I think that the film lands in a completely different way because of that discussion, because we've been involved in that discussion about what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable for some years now. And whilst there's a long way to go, that's changed things.
I read a quote from you in an interview where you said, I stopped trying to starve myself a long time ago in Hollywood, and yet look at the career you've had. Have you felt that pressure over the course of your career to look like something or to achieve some ideal?
Absolutely. No, I've actually had this thought in my mind, which is they want me to go to LA. I can't go to LA. I'm actually too fat.
Oh, come on.
I'm too fat to go to LA. No, I've had that thought many times in the past when I was younger, because you think of Hollywood and you think of those ideals and go, I don't fit. I will never fit. That has been my experience. And you have to ask other actors about theirs because I can't compare it to anybody's. But, you know, when I meet other actors, they're so tiny. So I just look at them and go, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you sustain that. And have a lot. I don't understand it. So this is it's a discussion that we don't really have very often. But I hope we will open that Pandora's box.
So how did you get past that? Was it success? Was it winning an Oscar? Was it, I can do this and be me?
But don't forget, I'm a character actor. I was never the sort of glamorous, sexy lead type woman. You know, I mean, I hit Hollywood with Howard's End. You know, a blue stocking with slightly too many teeth. You know, it wasn't like, you know, I was ever a glamour figure or a kind of sexualized figure. Quite the opposite, I think, actually, which was probably the attraction in the sense that I was sort of different. And if I've read a script which described the person I was being asked to look at as beautiful, I would stop reading it.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you assumed it wasn't for you.
I just thought it's not. I can't do that. I just can't do it. It's not right for me.
Mm. And this is early in your career?
It's all the way through. I still wouldn't do it. That's why I've actually, I think, had quite an interesting time of it, because I think, you know, the stuff I've chosen has not been just because of that, but, you know, I've necessarily, because of my mindset, my politics, my feminism, the way in which I think about the world, the way in which I look at characters and choose them, you know, I'm not interested in presentation of that kind. But that's a relief more than anything, right. You know, because then I get to play things that I think are more interesting. I mean, look, you know, in my 40s, I just remember being offered the, "Don't do that, darling, it's too brave." Oh my God, is it Jeff? Oh God, he did the thing. He did the brave, heroic thing that I told him he shouldn't do. He should be home with us, with the family. There's so many of those roles in my 40s. I just said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
That was a wonderful performance,
I know,
by the way.
I would have done them so well. I would have done them very well. Don't go do the brave thing, honey. We need you here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can I ask you about your origins in acting? Obviously, you're the daughter of two actors, and you came up through Cambridge Footlights and did all those prestigious things that one does along the way. At what point did you decide for yourself that this was not just a hobby, but a career?
By the time I'd gone to the Avignon Theatre Festival and seen a production of Racine's Phaedra 16 times, where, by the way, all the actors took their clothes off.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Full circle.
Full circle. Full circle. And I wrote to my dad, and I said, I really want to do this. I wanted to do character comedy, which I did for a long time. I didn't do straight acting till I was 10 years later, till I was about 26.
So how old were you when you told your father that
16.
Oh, wow. Very young.
Hmm.
So that was it from that point?
No, it wasn't, because I went into Footlights and I was doing comedy. So I wanted to be a comedian and was a comedian, including a stand-up comedian, till I was 26. So, you know, the acting is different to that.
So what's the jump then from comedy to dramatic actor? How did that happen?
I was working with Robbie Coltrane, the Scottish actor, who was about to do a series, a great series called Tutti Frutti, written by John Byrne, a Scottish series. And they said, we need a girl who can do a Scottish accent. And he said, oh, I'm half Scottish. Ask her. So that was it, and that's where it started.
Is that right?
Yeah, and on the first day on set, I thought, I'm a bit nervous, actually. And then I thought, I suppose it's like playing a sketch, only just for longer. So that's how I approached it. I don't think it is like playing a sketch, but for longer, but at the time it was a help. It
Got
was a
you through that
calming
moment.
thought.
Right. And you go, this is a bit later, of course, but you go on this incredible run that starts, as you mentioned, with Howard's End, where you win an Academy Award right out of the gate. Was that shocking to you to have suddenly been thrust to the top of Hollywood's list, effectively?
It was shocking. It's a very good word. Yeah.
Shocking
I
to you
got a chest
professionally?
infection. I mean, I was just appalled. You know, it was too much, actually. It's a big glare. It was really scary. I got that you're supposed to go and do all this, but I just got ill and ended up in a sanatorium for a week, just trying to recover before I could get over there and do the thing.
Because of the attention and all the things that came with it? Something you weren't accustomed to?
No, I don't think it's entirely healthy.
And then you go on that incredible run through 92 and 93 and into 95 with Sense and Sensibility, where you win the Oscar for the adapted screenplay for writing it, which is quite a task to take on, quite a challenge to take on as your first writing project. Let's do Jane Austen and put it into film. What possibly compelled you to take on something that large and that beloved?
Well, obviously, I didn't have the idea. Our wonderful producer, Lindsay Duran, had seen my sketch comedy show. That's what brought her to me. And she said, do you feel like trying to adapt Sense and Sensibility? And I said, okay, I'll give it a go. The first script was 350 pages long, you know. And then we just worked and worked and worked for 5 years, you know, redoing it, Lindsay's notes, and I would redo the draft, and redo the draft, and redo the draft. And we finally ended up with the script that you know. And it's actually very interesting because particularly in classics, there are scenes you think, I can't do without. That's going to be the best scene. That's just going to be the best one. And you make it, and it's so not the best one, and it ends up being cut from the movie. That's what's interesting about adaptation and the distillation of any kind of great work. It's very unexpected what works on camera.
And you have to get it right, because there are people who love Jane Austen, love the book so much. They're waiting with bated breath. What are they going to do with this?
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of pressure, I imagine.
No, and I mean, the Jane Austen Society is like the militant wing. It's heavily armed, you know. And I mean, I met a woman on the plane who found out that I'd cut one of the characters, Lucy's sister Anne, and she literally stopped talking to me mid-sentence and walked away. I mean, obviously, to go and get something to hurt me with, because she was so appalled. I mean, it's interesting.
People have strong feelings.
They have very strong feelings, surprisingly strong feelings.
But generally, people were happy. It turned out well.
It turned out okay.
Yes.
Except for the wing, the publicity wing, or I can't remember who rang me from the studio and said, we just wondered if you'd be interested in writing the novel from the film. And I said, but
no.
It's adapted from. Yes, we know that. I mean, as a human being, this wonderful woman said, I agree with you. I love that. As a human being, I agree with you. But as a studio executive, what I want you to do is write another version of Sense and Sensibility from the version that you've taken from the original novel. I've been laughing about that for 40 years. It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The movie you've said people ask you about most is Love Actually. Why do you think that movie has resonated and endured in the way that it has?
Because of what it's about, because Richard Curtis, who's such a large-hearted man, wanted to say, you know, it's all there is. And we know that, deep down. We know that that's all there is. And that's the message of the film, full bottom line. All that matters is love. That's it.
And there's a little bit, tell me if I'm making a leap, there's a little bit of Nancy in your character in that she's pushing a lot down. She's suppressing a lot, she's enduring a lot.
Yeah.
Those famous scenes where you are crying and then flip the switch and, okay, kids, it's Christmas, or okay, kids, your recital was perfect, all those moments. That, I think a lot of people saw some of themselves.
Well, yeah, because in order to be a sort of skillful and indeed efficient human being, which we do have to be for our children and our parents and all of the folk that we look after, it's practical and it's kind and it's an act of love to repress your emotions sometimes. It's terribly, terribly important to be able to do that, to navigate them, to learn the skill with which to navigate your feelings. I mean, that's the journey from childhood to adulthood, isn't it? So it's just, there's a difference, though, between learning to navigate with skill your emotional life and knowing when what you're doing is avoiding something that you need to address.
Do you stop and watch Love Actually if it's on, like the rest of us? Are you a viewer of your own work?
I'm not in Love Actually very much, and if it is on, I always sort of look at it and go, oh look, oh God, we all look so young. God, look at you, good hair. That's, I mean, you know, that's what was her name? And then I go and make the dinner. That's what happens.
That's it.
Yeah.
I promise I'm not going down your IMDb page, but last one I have to ask you. You're like, what year are we
hang on.
No.
Yeah.
The Harry Potter series introduced you to an entirely new audience. Was that fun to be a part of that and to play that character?
It was such fun. I'm just glad that all those kids got so much pleasure and joy out of the movies and the books.
You mentioned your activism, all the things you work on. I've talked to some actors who say the only good thing about being this famous is that I can use it to promote other causes. Do you feel that way, that obviously your work is your work and you lead with that, but that it is another path, a vehicle for you to bring attention to other causes like human rights around the world and climate change and all the other things that you work on?
Yeah, I do. I do think it's good. I think it's probably necessary. I mean, I've always been involved in activism since I was 19, so since long before I had that kind of amplified voice. I think it's a slightly double-edged sword, and you have to be very careful about how you use it, because fame's quite a toxic state, I would say. It's interesting. The larger your presence in terms of fame is, the less human you will be seen and perceived and felt to be, which feels like a sort of contradiction in terms, but actually isn't, you know. So whatever happens to you, no one will care. And that is very important to understand that. There should be a handbook, because people think that somehow fame involves being loved, which is not the case. It involves being well known. And yes, there may be affection, there may be a genuine sort of feeling, because especially if you're making films that engage in people's deeper emotions. So you do have to navigate very carefully and know what you're talking about and know why you're doing it. and how, in what way you can be useful. So for instance, if I'm doing human rights stuff, I think that the fourth sector or the charity sector, the NGO sector, non-governmental organisations, the fact that I have to explain the acronym speaks for itself, because their language is often very abstruse and arcane. And so my job was to go and make a kind of human connective tissue by visiting places, talking to people, writing about it, so that there was a connection being made between the people who wanted to learn about something that needed to be addressed over here, but needed to hear about it in a kind of human way. So in a sense, it's the same job. It's telling stories.
Right, and people will stop and listen.
And they
pay
might
attention.
stop and listen because you're drawing the, the spotlight a bit. And sometimes it can be very helpful.
Well, you're using your fame beautifully, and thank you for making this film. I think people are going to love it. It's great to talk to you.
And you, really. Thanks
Thanks,
very
Emma.
much for having me. I
Thank
really
you.
enjoyed that.
What's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. If you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, When Bart Gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show, and nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh, hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle? It's warm. Okay, go to the back door. Another option. Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, the relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show. and loved watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester. That's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, you know, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now. And she's 3 years old. And I travel with her, and she's my service animal. So I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place, and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas on my birthday or something.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas on my birthday or something.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. We find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or I'll watch a marathon of Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. I'll watch a documentary on flies. I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. There was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. My outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and everything was color coordinated. So the idea of what somebody from New York is was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done. This girl gets her hair done. This girl, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. It's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Look, our favorite people. Aww. They came again to our streaming channel Today All Day.
Hello, Today All Dayers. We are so happy you're here for our digital show Today and 30 on Thursday. It was hard to say.
Today and Thursday.
You know, Today and Thursday and 30. Anyway, we have so much to pack into this half hour, so let's go. Once again, the Mar-a-Lago search was our top story. The judge who sent FBI agents into Trump's resort for that search is set to hear arguments on whether to release the search warrant affidavit, a document with a lot of information in it.
And this all comes as President Trump's former lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, spent time in front of a grand jury investigating election interference. 6 hours, in fact. A full report straight ahead.
Okay, then we're going to celebrate our teachers. We're just keeping it rolling. And Jenna has a beautiful story about a retired teacher who's sharing 3 decades of experience to help new teachers get ready for the school year. By the way, it's great for parents, too. And we're going to update you on that back-to-school supply drive. You can still help, and boy, did you viewers show up for the teachers.
And who's ready to jazzercise?
This guy.
She is. Okay, the fitness craze is back. It started in the 80s. Savannah and Chanel have a whole bunch of folks on the plaza, and they're going to show us all about it. So get your jazz hands ready. It's time for
Today in 30.
We're going to start with NBC's Sam Brock. He's in West Palm ahead of today's hearing. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Hoda, Savannah, good morning. That hearing begins at 1 o'clock Eastern in the building right behind me, and it comes with the backdrop of the DOJ warning that unsealing the affidavit could compromise the investigation or potentially any future witnesses. Now, as for the document, we know it likely contains key clues as to why investigators went into Mar-a-Lago in the first place as calls for transparency grow. The pressure for the federal government to show its cards in last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home now set to come to a head in a federal courtroom, even as investigators continue to sift through a trove of documents. The same judge who signed off on the search warrant will hear arguments from a wide-ranging group, Trump's legal team, his allies, and media organizations, including NBC News, who've pushed for the affidavit to be unsealed.
We want it released. We want full and complete transparency for the American people.
The legal wrangling comes after an inventory of items taken was released, revealing 11 sets of classified documents, some marked top secret. The Washington Post, citing people familiar with the investigation, has reported some were connected to nuclear weapons. Legal experts say a release during a highly sensitive investigation would be extremely unusual.
If there's an ongoing criminal investigation, in other words, a legitimate law enforcement purpose for keeping an affidavit sealed, most judges would defer to that. In fact, I would say all judges would defer to that.
The Justice Department argues a release could cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. Former Vice President Mike Pence weighing in on Wednesday.
The American people have a right to know.
But Pence also pushing back on recent threats to the FBI.
We can hold the Attorney General accountable without attacking rank and file law enforcement personnel.
The former VP also asked if he'd participate with the unrelated January 6th investigation, in which some Capitol attackers called for Pence's hanging.
If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
Following a crushing primary loss for the committee's vice chair, Liz Cheney, Trump blasting her on social media as too angry and sick to succeed in the future. But Cheney says she'll continue her committee work and fight to keep Trump from a second term.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, but it is something that I'm thinking about.
As for the hearing later today, it is possible the judge tries to find some kind of middle ground and release perhaps a portion of the affidavit, but according to legal experts, it would still be filled in that case with redactions. Guys.
And Sam, this comes as former President Trump's longtime chief financial officer. He is expected to plead guilty, and this is in a separate investigation. What can you tell us?
Separate investigation. The expectation is that Weisselberg is going to plead guilty to 15 charges related to not paying taxes on roughly $1.7 million worth of income. And Hoda, as part of a larger plea agreement, he would cooperate with the federal government and perhaps testify against the Trump's organization. But there is no indication he would cooperate in any investigation against the former president. Hoda.
All right, Sam Brock for us there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Sam, thank you.
In the meantime, President Trump's former lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, faced a grilling for 6 hours before a grand jury in Atlanta yesterday. Giuliani testifying as a target of the criminal probe looking into possible 2020 election interference there. NBC's Blaine Alexander has more on that part of the story. Blaine, grand juries meet in secret behind closed doors. Do we know what Giuliani was willing to talk about? Did he say what he testified to?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. We do not know specifically what Rudy Giuliani was asked under oath. And after that testimony yesterday, his attorney declined to discuss any of the specifics, citing grand jury secrecy. But we do know that it very likely centered around statements that Giuliani made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, just on the heels of the presidential election, where he came forth and made a number of false claims and really conspiracy theories about the election here in Georgia. Now, beforehand, his attorney did give some sort of indication as to what Giuliani would not talk about. He said that Giuliani would not discuss any conversations that he had with former President Trump, citing attorney-client privilege. Savannah.
Heading into this, Giuliani was informed by the prosecutor that he has become a target in the probe. It's a term of art, meaning he could be indicted himself. What kind of charges potentially would that mean?
You know, the DA here in Fulton County has indicated that this could lead to possible charges ranging from racketeering to possible conspiracy charges. Remember, all of this centers around an investigation into the former president's efforts to overturn the election here in Georgia, to meddle in the election, specifically that phone call that he made to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, essentially asking him to find enough votes in order to overturn Biden's victory here in Georgia. Now, overnight, the former president weighed in again on this phone call, calling it a perfect phone call. But all of this is really opening up the former president and his inner circle to criminal exposure. Now, keep in mind, the DA has made it clear that she is not going to shy away from any sort of charges here. And this morning, Georgia's governor is also fighting a subpoena of his own, calling it politically motivated. Savannah.
All right, a lot of moving pieces there, Blaine. Thank you very much.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Come on, find your pelvis. I know you've got one, and it's okay to move it, for heaven's sake. Yes. Yeah, do it again.
could forget those leotards, leg warmers, and VHS tapes, Jazzercise is a fitness phenomenon with classes that blend heart-pumping choreography and aerobics. It was created by the woman in that clip, Judy Shepherd-Bissett, and it exploded in popularity in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Well, over the past 50 years, Jazzercise has remained a family affair. Judy passed the reins to her daughter, Shanna Missett Nelson, who is now its president. She's right here with us, along with this awesome group who's going to show you're going to teach us a few of these moves in a minute.
Yes, we will teach you. We will.
First of all, Shanna, I mean, people might think, oh, Jazzercise, that's so 4 decades ago.
Yes.
It's having a comeback.
Yes, no, we have always been here. We've been really true to who we are, which is we are a dance fitness program. We are the original dance fitness program, and we're here to stay, and we've evolved and changed as, you know, everything
I was just about to say, so full disclosure, I had the VHS tapes of your mom.
You
and
did?
I had the one where she brought you on. And we were doing
gosh.
But I'm looking at these girls. It's a lot more, it seems like a lot more choreography, a little more modern.
Well, yes. I mean, we've had to evolve as the fitness industry has evolved, and as you learn new things that are, you know, good for you, exercise science. So we've incorporated strength training and HIIT training, core training, all of that into what we do today.
Why do you think it's having kind of a resurgence? I look at all the young people. I see some of my OG ladies over here. They were doing it with us in the 80s, but you have a lot of young women here doing it as well.
Well, I think, you know, dance is so fun and it's so important. It's the universal language, and, you know, it's an instant mood boost. So I think, especially coming out of COVID, you want to do something fun.
Yeah.
And that is the key to a successful exercise program, is something that you love.
Yeah.
All right, so are we going to learn something?
Yeah, but wait, your daughters are here too.
Yes, that's my daughter, Sienna.
And
Skyla.
Okay. Are you going to teach us?
Yeah, so we're going to do what they're doing right here, which is a little lower body sculpting.
Okay.
So all you're going to do is you're going to touch for 4. So 4, 3.
You know, Savannah was a
2.
workout instructor.
Now you're going to arabesque, lift the arm and the same leg.
Okay. All right. Oh, same
Now
leg.
you're going to touch, no arms.
I like to snap when I jazzercise.
We like to snap
too.
too.
To just snap
We are
it.
big snappers.
Yeah, I always
it
snap.
helps, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got it.
Arabesque, lift, and lift.
This will be good every morning before the show.
So touch. Now we're going to arabesque. How about we do a little bit of core?
All right.
So pull the knees across for 4. Now you're going to lean side to side. 1, 2, add the arm and hold. Now you're going to pull across. 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's 1, 2, hold. 1, 2.
Oh my gosh.
Do it again. 4.
Except I'm getting the wrong
3.
one.
Okay. You got it. You got it.
Yeah.
Lean right,
Somebody at home
right,
can do it
left,
with this.
hold.
If you're home, why not?
Left,
Move that
right,
furniture.
hold. Pull, pull.
Woo.
And lean it. How about a little dance cardio?
Yes.
So touch. Now you're going to cross back, cross 4.
Oh, now you're getting complicated.
3. We're going to touch again. Touch. Now push your hip forward at the arm. Hip.
Am I running into you? Sorry. Oh, shoot,
And
I'm the wrong way.
You're good, you're good.
Ruin's like,
Cross back. Right, left.
you know, Chanel is a really good
Like
dancer.
touch. I know. You're doing good. Come on.
I'm trying to
Now
think.
little hip.
Did you notice that?
Diagonal touch.
This is a workout.
It is.
We're like driving. It's fine,
Okay,
We're
wait.
dancing.
I have to pay attention more.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Hip and a push. Hip.
We got 1 minute left. What's our big finish?
All right. Touch it again.
This is a real workout. I feel like you
been
guys
a
are watching like,
Touch again. Now, we're going to do a little hip.
Yes.
Then let's do some high cardio.
Okay.
So plie, side kick. Plie. Do that again. Now, how about ribs? Single, single, double.
Hey.
Now we're going to jump.
I'm always off.
Right. You got this. Plie, kick.
Producer just goes
6 more minutes. We're like,
Just
what?
kidding. I'm like, no, I can't even do it. Jana, thank you so much.
You're
girl.
so welcome. Thank you.
No workout.
Thank you.
I was so bad that no one will believe me anymore when I say I used to teach aerobics, but it was 4 decades ago. All right, guys, we have more about Jazzercise. It's super fun, great workout, and really just smile.
Let's have a morning boost. So a grandmother who loves to sing went to her local Goodwill store and she was looking for a used karaoke machine. Dee Garvin rummaged around and found just what she needed, so she plugged it in, made sure it worked, asked a store employee to help her give it a try, and she did.
You got the whole world. In his hands he's got the whole wide world. In his hands he's got the whole world. In his hands he's got the whole world in his hands. Woo!
Customer recorded it. It's a viral hit. Dee said she's already worn out 2 karaoke machines. She performs at local nursing homes. Got that spark going.
What a great idea.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, she probably throws a heck of a karaoke.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's so fun.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now, we are celebrating a massive success thanks to you. Yesterday, we launched a special back-to-school drive with adoptaclassroom.org, hoping to provide much-needed materials to teachers and students across the country.
And thanks to your generosity, we are excited to announce that adoptaclassroom.org has raised more than $42,000 so far. If you have not joined the movement, folks, and you still want to learn how you can, just take out the phone, scan that QR code. QR code's right there, bottom left-hand of your screen. The mission far from over.
Yeah, we are continuing our celebration of teachers this morning, and that, of course, is why Jenna's here. She's got the story of one retiree who is sharing 3 decades of expertise to help new teachers get ready for the school year. Jenna, you fell in love, I take it?
I fell in love. Philip Doan is a retired teacher with more than 30 years under his belt. He learned so much teaching 3rd and 4th grade that in his new book, The Art of Teaching Children, he shares that wisdom. Tell me why you decided to go into teaching.
I had the greatest 3rd grade teacher, and I wanted to be just like her.
Philip Doan always knew he wanted to be a teacher, and more than 3 decades later, he has lots of wisdom to share. In his new book, The Art of Teaching Children, he shares his advice for teachers.
What would you say to those that are thinking about embarking on a teaching career?
My number one bit of advice for those going into the profession would be to establish relationships with the children. Kids learn best if they feel cared for.
And for the hard days when teachers feel overwhelmed and overworked, Mr. Doan recommends keeping a teacher journal.
One of the keys to staying in the game is delighting in the students. When they say something or do something funny, enjoy their kidness.
And write it down. You wrote down all the funny things your kids did and said.
Yes.
And some of those stories Mr. Doan shares, like the little girl who volunteered to use the word desperate in a sentence during a vocabulary lesson.
And this little 9-year-old sat up on the end of her chair and announced, Cleopatra was so desperate for Mark Antony that she ripped all of her clothes off.
Today, we're facing a teacher shortage, and teachers' jobs are harder than ever. According to the National Education Association, more than half of educators are thinking about leaving earlier than they'd planned. Mr. Doan's advice? focus on the arts.
We've experienced a global pandemic.
Yes.
And teachers really have taken the brunt of some of that trauma themselves.
Well, there's no question that the pandemic absolutely turned teaching upside down and education upside down. And one of the areas where it took its heaviest toll was in the area of mental health for children. Participation in the arts can bring comfort, it can bring healing, it can create a sense of well-being in children. So how do we do that? You have kids draw and paint and sing and dance and make things with their hands, and it's very restorative.
Mr. Doan offers advice for parents too. Read to your children often, for as long as they'll let you. Talk to your children. It helps increase their vocabulary. And sing with your kids.
If you do these things with children, you are establishing rapport with these children. You're also improving their learning advantage.
Yeah. It also is a time of year where parents are trying to get their kids ready. What advice do you have for parents?
Sometime before the school year starts, have an open conversation with your children about how they feel.
Yeah.
Because children are nervous. It's natural.
Yeah.
And one of the best ways to do it is to share an experience about when you were nervous going back to school. And that also really helps. Okay, can we scoot your chairs?
We wanted to see Mr. Doan's teacher skills in action, so we invited some friends to read one of my favorite books.
Okay, y'all ready? We're gonna read it to you and we'll see what you think. The kids in room 207 were misbehaving again.
Today, let's just be terrible, they said. Not so fast, hissed an unpleasant voice.
Uh-oh.
Reading with Mr. Doan made me nostalgic for my time as a teacher. It's a demanding job, but a wonderful one too. A job teachers wouldn't trade for anything.
I actually said to a colleague who was like, how can you even do this? You haven't trained for this. And I said, I had to make sure that 24 8-year-olds were engaged every single day. That's far harder than live TV.
That is absolutely right.
There's very few jobs where you touch a life like you do as a teacher. Why is it so rewarding?
I always say we don't get the bonuses, we don't get the company car, we don't get the stock options, but you get those moments with those children. I call them melt moments.
And we have now all melted into the couch. Mr. Doan has so much more amazing advice in the book. But the biggest takeaway was how much he loved his kids. Okay, another simple way Mr. Doan said parents can support their kids is and teachers, and this is really smart. Yeah. Send in a handwritten note to each of your kids' teachers at the beginning of the year, just to say, I'm here, I'm Vale's mom, I'm Haley's mom, and if you need me, here's my email, here's my phone number. It'll make the teacher's day. And I actually still have a letter that one of my students wrote me all about my cat, Bernadette, who lives with my parents. But anyway, it's another story. So thank you to Book Culture. It's a great bookstore for letting us use their store for the interview, and to buy The Art of Teaching Children, which it really is an art. Head to today.com/shop.
I mean, you're a former teacher. I feel like when I look at you, whenever you're around kids, that's when the lights go on extra bright. So what is it? You taught for a while. What were the things you took away or that you learned?
Yeah, I mean, I think that teaching is dynamic and it's hard. And so I think if we go in as parents appreciating our kids' teachers and saying, how can we help you? What can we do? It really makes a huge difference. So just make sure you see your kids' teachers, really see them, and tell them they're appreciated. Because as we know, there's a teacher shortage. That's because teachers aren't appreciated in this culture or paid.
And they may only hear from parents when there's a problem.
Don't be that parent, because you might need to be, but be the one that starts on the positive note with the note that just says, I'm here and nice to meet you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
My mother was a retared teacher more than 30 years. And one of my great joys is when we're out sometimes in South Carolina. And an old student will come up to her. A student who's like my age. Say, oh, Miss Melvin, you remember me from Florida? Oh, you remember me from... And so clearly teachers have such a lasting impact on children.
I bet she remembers them too.
She does.
Knows the names, the whole thing.
That is the best gift. And that's what Mr. Doan said too, is that he'll be in the grocery store and somebody will come up and say, remember me. I remember the lesson you did on.
Wow.
And that's the great gift of teaching.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is time for our weekly fix of hot Hollywood headlines.
Justin Sylvester's back in LA getting all the scoop for us.
Oh, jeez. No, you're not.
Oh, Justin.
Oh,
hi.
Is it happening?
I'm just, I'm so excited about what I'm going to tell you that I just wanted to send you guys a subtle hint of what I wanted to talk about today.
It's so subtle.
What could it be?
You know what? You know what it is?
What?
J-Lo and Ben may actually do it this weekend.
Wow.
That's what I'm hearing.
So wait, so let's be clear. They already have the license, but they're just going to have the celebration?
Exactly, because I knew Vegas was not enough for my girl Jennifer. But we are hearing that it's going to be an intimate celebration of family and friends. We hear the rehearsal dinner is apparently set for Friday, followed by the ceremony on Saturday, and a barbecue and picnic on Sunday.
Where's all this happening?
So allegedly, it's happening at Ben's farm in Georgia, and we reached out to Ben and Jen's team, and we actually heard back from them.
You did? What'd they say?
So you remember back in like the 90s when you had a flip phone, and when somebody hung up on you, you would hear the clack?
Is that the noise?
Basically, that's what I got. I got the clack. They said that they are not confirming and that they are not commenting. But I have to tell you guys something. The streets are talking in LA, and I've been taking notes, okay?
Okay, who's going to the wedding? Tell us.
Give us some
Okay. All right, so I heard that Casey Affleck's gonna be there and Matt Damon's gonna be there. I also heard that she will wear custom Ralph Lauren, that apparently Vogue would document the whole thing.
Wow.
I also heard that Jay Shetty may officiate the wedding.
Wow.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And I heard that Hoda Kotb is a bridesmaid. Yeah,
We were wondering about that.
Oh, you wrote that down. It's in purple. It must be true.
Yep.
It's true.
It must be true.
Okay, wait, you have to tell us about this rom-com because we're done with Starstruck.
Yeah,
we need
we're
something
ready.
else.
Okay, you guys, Meet Cute is going to be the rom-com of the year, apparently, and we're getting our first taste of Pete Davidson post-SNL. Now, he is the leading man in this, and he stars along with Kaylee Cuoco. It drops September 21st on Peacock. Now, listen to this. The two play a couple who meets with love at first sight, but it's not what it seems. It turns out that Kaylee's character has a time machine, and they've been falling in love over and over again as she travels back to the past to make Pete the perfect man. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I want to get in that time machine and unmeet a few men.
Exactly.
So what do you think of Pete in this role?
I actually think it's going to be a great move for him because after SNL, I want to see him be funny. I want to see him be sexy. I want to see him be the next, Matthew McConaughey, and I think he can do it.
Okay, what about Mark Wahlberg? We've heard he's making some headlines.
All right, you guys. Mark Wahlberg's kids are giving him some stuff, okay? They are saying that they are cringing at their dad's 90s style. They said that they are terribly embarrassed by his Marky Mark days. Now, if you don't remember, he used to wear the low-rise jeans, the backwards hats, the underwear, and apparently he couldn't find a shirt for 10 years. I thought it was the greatest era of fashion ever. But did your parents ever do things or wear things that totally embarrassed you?
I'm trying to
I can't
think.
remember, but probably.
Yeah, what did yours?
Oh my God, my mom used to drag me and my friends to bingo on Thursday nights.
That sounds fun.
Do you know how embarrassing it is to make your friends go to bingo when all we wanted to do was play Nintendo?
Totally.
Exactly.
All right, Justin,
Thank
we
you,
love you.
Justin.
And you can catch Justin weekdays on the Daily Pop on our sister network, E!
I mean, I knew you had moves. I just didn't know you had that many.
Jazzercise is like next level. Give me some grapevine, I got you. That some of that stuff's a little complicated, but we had fun.
Yeah, you were great.
Oh,
Excellent.
thanks. Well, tomorrow we're going to be jazzercising along to the sounds of Panic at the Disco. They'll be on our city concert stage. Can't wait till then. We'll see you Friday morning.
Sponsored by Walmart.
What up, y'all? Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Pasta is a staple for so many weeknight meals. It's easy to make, pretty hard to screw up, and oh so satisfying. I'm making pillowy soft ricotta gnocchi with peas and parm in a buttery sauce.
And I'm cooking up a creamy chicken stroganoff with baby bella mushrooms.
And I'm whipping up a spicy vegan pasta alla vodka. So start boiling some water.
It's time to use that noodle.
And let's get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I have to admit, pasta is one of my go-to comfort foods, so I am very excited to share this recipe with you. The first thing we want to do is take our gorgeous ricotta and actually lay it out in a thin layer on paper towels. Since the ricotta is the base of our dough, we need to remove some of that moisture so it ends up really nice and light and fluffy rather than dense. We are going to let this sit for about 12 to 15 minutes just to make sure that the paper towel absorbs that moisture, but lucky for me, I made one before. And here is how it ends up looking when it is done. Stunning. Okay, so now let's just make our dough. We have our ricotta right here. Plop it right on in. So we have 2 large eggs here. I'm going to crack them right into our bowl. 1 cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and some kosher salt, just to awaken the flavor. Before we add in our flour, we are going to delicately mix it all together so it creates a really light, fluffy consistency. So now that this is looking really beautifully mixed together, that is when we know it is time to start adding in our flour. It's really important here to add your flour in 1/4 cup at a time because we don't want to develop too much gluten, but we also want to make sure that our ricotta stays nice and fluffy. I'm just going to delicately mix it until there are no more big bits of flour And we'll just keep mixing. Our final 1/4 cup. There we go, looking good. Now it is time to shape our gnocchi. And then we're going to take our dough mixture, kind of form it into a bit of a, it feels so good. It feels like a baby's bottom. Can we use that in the final cut? It's what it feels like. Okay, and now we're going to dust the top with a bit more flour. And this is my favorite tool whenever I'm making pasta, also whenever I'm cooking to easily pick things up. It is called a bench scraper. It's typically used for decorating cakes, making sure you have a nice smooth line of frosting around your cake, but it does such a good job of picking things up, and it also does a great job of cutting things really evenly. And we are going to cut this into quarters. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to roll this out into a beautiful snake that is about 1 inch thick. It feels so nice, so soft. I like to cut off the end first, just because this end, it doesn't look as nice. And then what I'll do is I will just keep cutting little 1 inch pieces of pasta. And look at that. They look like little pillows, don't they? Look at how beautiful this is looking. And what we're going to do is we'll take that same bench scraper that we have, lift them up, and transfer them to a parchment lined baking sheet. All right, and we're just going to repeat this with our remaining pieces of gnocchi dough. Looking good. Before we cook our gnocchi, I want to get started on the star of our sauce. This is a lemon butter sauce, so we are going to be using the zest and juice of 2 gorgeous lemons. And I'm going to show you my favorite way to prepare lemon zest. So we're just going to take the peeler and run it along lengthwise on this lemon, pulling the zest off of the lemon. So I'm just gonna remove any of this extra pith. And the reason why I'm removing this pith is because the pith is a bit bitter and we don't want any of that bitterness. And as you can see, I've stacked up all of this lemon into cute little, almost soldiers, if you will. Take your knife and rock it back and forth along that peel. It smells amazing. And you can see how beautiful these strips are. And then what we'll do is we'll take these shreds and turn them, and then we will run our knife across again to mince that lemon. And it took me a while to master these skills, let me tell you. It really all comes down to practicing over and over and over again. It's really repetition here. And now I'm just gonna take my knife and run through this a few more times. It's smelling absolutely amazing. Look at that zest though. I mean, it's like freshly fallen snow. Okay, let's clean up, get our water a-boiling, and finish up this gnocchi. Our water is boiling. It is time to cook our gnocchi, and you gotta pay attention because this all happens pretty quickly. But I promise you, you have all of the tools to absolutely crush it. The first thing we wanna do is salt our water. I'm taking kosher salt. Okay, this is boiling beautifully, and we can use our fingers to plop these in, because let me tell you, they are light and pillowy, and dropping them all in at once is going to cause them to smush together. We want these to cook until they float to the top, okay? They basically tell us, they're like, hey, what's up? And then to save some time, we are actually going to take our frozen peas and we're gonna pop those in as well. So this pasta water is liquid gold. I call it unicorn juice whenever I'm cooking because all of the starch in the water itself is actually going to help bind our sauce together. And we're going to start adding in our cubed unsalted butter, a couple tablespoons at a time. You really want it to be cold butter because our goal here is to really emulsify everything. Take a whisk. Start whisking everything up. The gnocchi's starting to float. And now we are ready to bring our sauce and our gnocchi together. I've actually turned off the heat. If it is too hot, it may cause your sauce to break. So just make sure you turn that heat off. Next up, we're going to add in half of our lemon zest. How good does this look? Okay, next up, we are going to slowly add in our parm. Keep on mixing it back and forth so that it melts in a nice, even fashion. It is smelling so good. And as you can see, it is really looking super glossy. And it is tasting delish. So add in the lemon juice a little bit at a time. Again, we want to emulsify this in. We don't want to freak out the gorgeous sauce that we just worked so hard to build. It is coating all of those beautiful pillows of gnocchi. And now it is time to plate it up. Oh my gosh, you guys, how gorgeous does this look? Okay, a little extra parm, some freshly ground black pepper, and then I'll take a little bit of fresh mint, a little drizzle of olive oil, gives the pasta gorgeous sheen, and there you go, homemade ricotta gnocchi in a lemon butter sauce with peas and mint. I'm so excited to try this. It is melting in my mouth. The parm adds the perfect amount of nuttiness and saltiness. I don't have any other words to say except I know you're gonna love this. So good.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
When you hear stroganoff, you're probably thinking beef, but this creamy comfort food pairs incredibly well with chicken. But the best part about this dish is that it all comes together in one pot. Less mess is always a win in my kitchen. All right, so first what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our dry rub. I like to use a little bit of smoked paprika. You can use the regular paprika too, but I think smoked flavors just bring a lot more body to your recipes. And then a little bit of dried thyme, and then a little bit of garlic powder. Give that a good swish. All right, now let's move on to our chicken breast. Now I've just got some lean, skinless chicken breasts, and I'm not sure about you, but I like to cut mine up into smaller pieces. The reason why, it's gonna cook a lot faster. All right, y'all, let's add this to our bowl. Get your hands all up in there. Don't be scared to get your hands dirty. I'm gonna just rinse off the cutting board and wash our knife so we can prep the mushrooms. Okay, now I'm gonna be using some baby bella mushrooms. I think they're super delicious. I'm just gonna slice this into small slices just like this. So I've got a ton of mushrooms here, and you're probably thinking, yo, Kev, that's not gonna fit in my pan. Don't worry, mushrooms are kind of like spinach. Once you start cooking them and add some heat to them, they shrivel up really, really small. So they will fit, I promise you that. Our mushrooms are cut up. I'm gonna set these aside, and now we're gonna fire up our pan and get cooking. All right, we're gonna place this on a medium high heat. Okay, with it nice and hot, in goes the oil. This is a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of heart health, a little sprinkle of that. Then I like to grab some tongs, and in goes our chicken. Ooh, I love that sizzle sound. We want a nice sear, a nice color on the chicken. There we go. You're gonna wanna cook this for about 4 to 5 minutes on each side, and then look at this. Oh, just lift it up, and look at that beautiful color on the chicken. Move it around a little bit. If you're feeling brave, you can go ahead and toss it, but again, this is a no mess recipe, so the least amount of mess you can make in your kitchen, the better. This chicken is just about ready. I'm gonna move my mushrooms a little bit closer, and then I'm gonna use my tongs. I'm gonna start taking out the pieces of chicken. Oh my God, look at that. It's just looking so good. Kev, you did that. If you're not your best cheerleader in the kitchen, I don't know what you're doing. You gotta just give yourself a pat on the back. It smells so good, it looks so good. Exactly what we want. I'm gonna set this over here. Now, I'm gonna add in the mushrooms now. Now, there's a lot of chicken flavor here. Ready? So we want that. Oh, we got a good sear here. I'm just gonna wilt them just a little bit by using a little bit of our chicken broth. Just a little bit, just to create some steam. And also, this is gonna help to deglaze the bottom of our skillet as well. I'm gonna get my Salt Bae on. Give me a little pinch of salt, just a little bit. Boom. And the cool thing about mushrooms is that as they're shrinking up too, you know, they're just soaking up all this flavor. So people that say, I don't like mushrooms, I'm like, yo man, mushrooms are like flavor bombs. They make your mouth water. It's that umami factor. More love to mushrooms this year. Now we're gonna try to create a little bit of a thick gravy here. We're gonna add in a little bit of flour. I'm gonna give this a quick toss first. Then we're gonna add in about a cup of our chicken broth. And what you'll see here, you're gonna still deglaze, but you see now the chicken broth is really cloudy, and that's because it's turning into that gravy that we want. I'm also gonna add in a little bit of Dijon. And just keep stirring, and this is looking beautiful. All right, now let's begin to bring everything together. In goes our chicken broth. Reserve some, then grab yourself the egg noodles, sprinkle those on, and then pour in the rest of that broth. And the noodles are going to absorb all of this liquid that's now like a gravy. So we're gonna bring it to a light simmer, and you can see right here inside, got the little light simmer going. That's just about right. And then we're gonna cover and cook this for about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh, I stirred these once. Oof, they are looking good. Always check your noodles. And if you're thinking like, Kev, it's looking a little watery, what am I gonna do? Don't worry, I got you. Remember that it's gonna thicken up as it cools, but also it's gonna thicken up because we're going to add in our Greek yogurt now. Greek yogurt is really high in protein, and it's really, really, really thick. and look at this. It looks like I added cheese, but I have not at all. And this is our swap for sour cream. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in our chicken. Well, you can't be here to smell it, but I'm just gonna describe it. We need that smell-o-vision from Willy Wonka. So I'm gonna plate it right here and finish it off with some fresh parsley. You like smothered chicken? Try this chicken stroganoff. You're seeing it first here today, and then today, All Day Kitchen. I'm just gonna hit it with some fresh black pepper. Ooh, look at that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about eating. Here we go. Get a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of egg noodle, and then some of this succulent, lean chicken breast. Oh my God. Yeah, this will make you get happy in church. Ooh, there you go. I guarantee your friends and family are going to love this dish.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I grew up on Staten Island, so I can't even tell you how many pasta dishes I've eaten over the years. One of my absolute favorites is penne alla vodka. So today, I'm giving that beautiful pink sauce a vegan makeover. And I'm putting a little twist on that penne too. Let's get started with the crunchy breadcrumb topping. So first, I'm gonna get a small skillet over medium-low heat, and we're gonna add in a little bit of olive oil. So for our breadcrumbs, we're gonna use panko breadcrumbs. I love using panko because it's extra crunchy and it's plain, so we can add anything to it and really manipulate those flavors. And the way we're gonna do that is by adding some red chili flakes because we want this spicy, and a little bit of nutmeg to really round out those flavors and add that earthy component. A little bit of kosher salt, and a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. And we're gonna cook this over medium-low until it gets a nice golden brown color. So we're essentially just toasting it in the pan. This usually takes about 5 minutes to get nice and golden and crispy. This is a test. If it loosely moves in the pan, that means it's ready. So to start off any good sauce, you have to start off with your aromatics. We're gonna start with 1 medium white onion and some garlic. So we just wanna get a small dice on this. And next up, garlic. We're using about 4 cloves of garlic. I just like to give them a light crush to help me with the chopping process. Another great way to prep all of this is actually just blitzing it up in a food processor. Just putting it on chop and giving it a few pulses and it'll all be roughly chopped. So you want to start off with a really large pan and get it over medium-high heat. To this, we're gonna add a layer of olive oil. And we're also gonna add in 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. Traditional vodka sauce is so indulgent and creamy, so we're gonna add a few vegan options to help bring that creaminess to the sauce. So now that our oil is hot and the butter is sizzling, let's go in with our onion and garlic. You also wanna get some salt in at this point because that's gonna help the onions sweat out all of their moisture. Now, I said this was spicy vodka sauce, so now come in our spicy elements. We're gonna add some red chili flakes, but let's not stop there. We're gonna add in one of my favorite chili peppers, Calabrian chilies. And I just so happen to be wearing chili earrings to celebrate the occasion. So we want to cook these for about 5 minutes until the onions are sweating and almost translucent. So now let's go in with our tomato paste. The tomato paste is gonna add basically a really concentrated tomato flavor. So it's gonna feel like we've been cooking this sauce all day, but really we haven't been. So get this incorporated into the onions. So, the star of the show, some vodka. No, this is not a shot for me. This is for the pasta. Maybe that'll be later. So once we add the vodka in, all of that alcohol is gonna evaporate, so you don't have to worry about any alcohol actually being in there, but the flavor of the vodka will become concentrated, which is what adds that unique flavor to vodka sauce, which I happen to love. We're gonna go in with some crushed tomatoes. We're gonna go in with a little sugar. Now, don't hate on this. This is really gonna help balance the flavors again. There's a lot of acidity in the tomatoes, and then we also have a lot of spice, so the sugar is gonna help round everything out. As well as some dried oregano. So I actually like to take this and rub it in between my fingers to get the oils in the oregano activated. We want our spicy vodka sauce to be smooth and silky, and in order to achieve that, we're gonna use an immersion blender. This looks great. Look how vibrant that is. It really is starting to look like vodka sauce. So now we're gonna add a few dairy elements to our sauce. We're gonna add a little bit of vegan creamer, as well as some vegan cream cheese. So you wanna make sure to incorporate all of that in, and you could see the color is this beautiful light orange vodka sauce color. We're gonna add in 1 whole sprig of fresh basil, right in, and we're gonna let that simmer with the sauce. Okay, let's check in our pasta water. Oh, it's boiling. Before we do anything, we always wanna salt our pasta water. And now for our pasta. I just wanna show you guys how fun this is. So this is called a Colony Pompeii. I think Colony means column, and Pompeii is obviously a city in Italy. But to me, it's just a beautiful large fusilli, and it looks delicious to eat. So we're gonna get these in. This pasta is so big, it takes about 10 or 12 minutes to cook. So I'm gonna start cleaning up and get everything out of the way and get ready to plate.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our pasta looks ready, so let's add it into our vodka sauce. Beautiful. This is so fun. Look at these swirls. And this is liquid gold. This is our starchy, salted water. So we're actually gonna add a little ladle into our pasta to make it even silkier. You wanna make sure to gently combine this with the sauce because we don't wanna break up our beautiful, giant swirls of pasta. Look how fun this looks. I'm so excited to eat it, but we can't forget about our spicy, crunchy breadcrumb topping. So it's now completely cooled, so we can just use our hands to garnish it as if we were garnishing it with Parmesan. And then if we want to be extra fancy, we can add a little sprig of fresh basil. Okay, I've waited long enough, so we're now ready to dig in. I'm so excited to eat this shape. I feel like the proper way is from the bottom. Wow, I think Staten Island would be proud. This is so delicious and so fun. Look at that. Chef's kiss. This is delicious.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Key day for former President Trump and members of his inner circle.
Yeah, from Florida to Washington, D.C., we have what you need to know. It's August 18th. This is today. Trouble in Trump world. The Mar-a-Lago search in the spotlight as the judge hears arguments on whether to release the affidavit supporting that decision.